said, no, we have to say it as long as we are standing on facts, figures, and above all, the truth. So, guys, as I always say on our spaces, before we start the space, it is important that we have a whole lot of Nigerians listening and understanding what we're about to get into today. So I always indulge you guys on the space to please, I don't know how many we are on the space already. In 20 minutes, oh my goodness, over 420 of you on the space already. Thank you very much. It is indeed the number one space on Twitter. Thank you very much. You guys are amazing. Thank you for sticking with us. Thank you for doing this with us, my people. We appreciate you guys. In 20 minutes, we have over 400 and something of you guys up in here. So I need right now 420 likes and retweets of this space. Make tweets, trend this space, let people know that we are up and running. The violence space is up and running, and today we're about to go ham as we always do on the space. And as I always say, with me, my brother N6 is here. I don't know when other Omar is coming. I've not seen Omar yet, but hopefully he joins us in the course of the program. But meanwhile, guys, we are here today and we are discussing something very, 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 very important. We have gotten to the place whereby all gloves are out. Everything is out right now. We have gotten to that point whereby I was trying to play cool, you know. We got to a point in this whole campaign where it is all issue-based. But the most important issue that is at stake in this country right now is the unity and cohesion of this country. We have been seeing double souls, we have been seeing tribal laws, we have been seeing ethnic laws, we have been seeing religious laws all around. Yes, this is the tough APC and PDP love to play on. This is where they are masters. How do we get these people to vote? We divide them always along religious and ethnic lines. But we are here on this space today. I will say I will speak from my side because I've been when I scheduled this space, I got a whole lot of information. So many Nigerians want to talk about this, but they are scared. They don't want it to be labeled. They don't want them to talk. They don't want, people are just like, well. But me, I've said something. I will always say something. If you talk, you die. If you don't talk, you die. In the words of Wiki, it's better you talk and die. It is better I stand up and use the platform God has given me as a Nigerian, has given us as a people, to speak the truth. So even while we have cowards that have chosen to stay silent at a time like this in our national unity, at a time like this in our country's existence, where people are meant to have stood up and make a stand and say no to what we are about to face, they have chosen to remain quiet. I said something on our last space, and I said it jokingly, but it occurred to me, and I said every first month of the year, I always hear churches, they always say, bring your first fruit, our men of God, our pastors. Oh, please, before, let me make a quick disclaimer. If you are one of the people that worship men of God, honestly, I will advise you that you should get ready, because a whole lot of stuff will be said on this place that are based on facts and figures, and you guys are going to see it for yourselves. I always say there is no person on this earth that can lead you to God than yourself. If you want to know God, find God for yourself. But if you have sold your ability to think to the altars of men created like you, and you are waiting for them to tell you A, and they're not telling you A, you're waiting for them to tell you these are big goals, and they're not telling you these are big goals, and you're not doing nothing. You're waiting for them to tell you that your house is on fire when it is literally in your plain sight that you can see your house burning. This space will tell you some truths today. So my people on this space today, I'm going to say a whole lot of stuff. And please, I'm saying this because I remember when we did the IPOP space, and a whole lot of people were saying, Saddam, no. I want my Muslim brothers to come out here, because I said something. I said, all IPOP probably are Igbos. All Igbos are not IPOP. All hardliners, you can come out and say right now, all Boko Haram members are Hausa Fulani Muslims. But not all Hausa Fulani Muslims are Boko Haram members. These are facts. So when you begin to understand where you are, where you stand, You won't allow the minority of you guys take control of the narrative. We are going somewhere in the country right now that if you go and check the trajectory of other countries that will be naming on this place today, you understand that Nigeria is at the precipice. And I say this a whole lot because of our southern brothers, many of us beclouded by tribalism and ethnic religious. We have been blinded by sentiment. We don't understand that we are selling ourselves out. My people, there are so many hardliners in government today. There are so many hardliners in that party called APC that have planned and they are following a trajectory of, they have seen it work out in so many other places. I will give you countries and you go and do your own, you just go and do a little verification and you'll see. Because the majority kept quiet and allowed these hardliners that are not working for the people. So when you hear Muslim ticket, it is not for the Muslims. It is for some set of people, from secular people that want to use the Muslim agenda to rise to power, to achieve their own personal greedy aims. It's not about the Muslims here. We have wonderful Muslims as brothers and sisters, wonderful ones. Same way we have so many wonderful Fulani people. But you see this agenda, they are specific people because they understand that when they throw this agenda, it's just like bringing up the whole Igbo agenda. So when you talk about some things and you know that it must agitate these people. I was speaking with one of my friends earlier on today. I hopefully will be on the space today. He actually sent me the video of an imam in the north. They are going all gloves out right now, my people. In case you don't understand, if you have friends in the north, ask them to tell you the clerics have been bought. Same way your pastors and your bishops have been bought. Because when Nigeria begins to burn, those people can find their way out of the country real quick. It is me and you, the common man, the common masses, that we fight and suffer the repercussions of the actions these evil, greedy old men are taking today. I'm not here to come and massage your ego. I'm not here to make friends. I'm here to speak for my country. Because as far as I'm concerned, Nigeria is not an Islamic state. As far as I'm concerned, Nigeria will never be an Islamic state. As far as I'm concerned, Nigeria is not a Christian state. As far as I'm concerned, Nigeria will never be a Christian state. Nigeria will continue to remain a secular state where every Muslim, every Christian, every atheist, everyone can aspire to be somebody in this country. Free. Freely. So if you don't understand where we are standing right now as a people, please freaking wake up. Some greedy men in power are about to sell this country. And they're in bed with your pastors. They're in bed with your imams. You saw the video that I'm going to try and play that video today. Let you guys. I cannot play a video here, so you guys cannot watch videos. But I think I'm going to post a video on the Jumbotron. My Muslim friend will not send it to me. He said, Saddam, they have gone all out. That video, I'm sure all of you must have seen the video. It trended a few days back. Ganduje, the governor of Kano State, was the head of that video. They called all the clerics of almost all the Islam sects. They brought them all out to let them understand how important the Muslim ticket is in a country that is divided equally along different lines. So if you're blinded by the fact that, my bishop has not said anything, probably your bishop is in bed with these people. And me as a Christian now, I will say this, I'm going to speak for myself here. God is my witness that I will never in my life support anything that will make Nigeria begin to see the Christians in one different light. I will never support seeing, I'm just imagining, I said it on our last one, I imagine a Peter Obi's ticket with a Yakubu Dogara. Then I will not see Christians coming out to support it. And I will not come out and open space and say I'm supporting a Christian ticket. It is competence. So that means over the close to 100 million Muslims, there's no competent person enough for Peter to pick as a deputy. Over 100 million Christians, Tinubu did not see anyone to pick as a deputy. And we are seeing Christians freakingly sell their souls, probably because Tinubu is your tribal man, or probably because your father is in APC, or probably because you're an APC person. You're freaking selling you're acting SO right now. You're selling your rights. I say this and I say this on this space. The next president of Nigeria has to be one from the South, two, a Christian. If you have a problem with that, you are a devil. You have spent 8 years of an a Muslim northern president. The next 8 years must go back to the South, a Christian president. That is what equality stands for. If that pains your ears, you are a devil. Listen to me one more time. The next president of Nigeria must be a Southerner, a Christian Southerner. If that pains your ears, you are a devil. You are part of the problem of Nigeria. Because I know for one thing that the reason why Jonathan did not come back was because power was meant to go to the north. And we saw the whole uprising and everything that happened. When it's your turn, it is your turn. And I say this for my Muslim brothers on this space right now. Please, 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 do not, because it looks like it's going to favor, it looks like it's going to favor a man that does not stand for you. Because I say this all the time. Politicians do not represent you. They represent their freaking interest. It is about them. It's about their families. It's not about you. It is not about... Peter is not coming there because of Christians. He's not going to do anything better for Christians that he will do for Muslims. Peter keeps saying it. Show me a road that the Christians pass or the Muslims pass that is better than the ones that the Christian will pass. Whatever you build, the train from Abuja to Kaduna freaking takes Christians and Muslims. Everybody's going to pass through that train. If you develop Nigeria, if you produce electricity, Muslims and Christians will use electricity. So why do we allow certain people want to divide us? If you're a Christian and your pastor is telling you this month, bring your first fruit, and your pastor is not on his pulpit telling you the danger that lies ahead in the Muslim government, not just anything, or a Fulani to Fulani transition ticket, that pastor does not like you. That pastor does not represent you. I can go back into your Bible that you probably do not open or you do not read, and I will begin to name for you prophets of God that stood and spoke out for the people. They were fought. Many of them died.
All of them, all the prophets, all the prophets and all the judges, sir.
They stood and fought for the people. I am imagining a time like this that Elijah is now here and he's keeping quiet. I'm hearing that the GO saying God has not spoken to me, but God speaks to you every beginning of the year.
Any GO where God never speaks to with less than 50 days to election is a fraud.
Do you understand? God has not spoken to me yet. But every year, beginning of the year, God will speak to you. And you come and lie to the people. This year is your year. This year is that year. This year is that way. This way is that way. Every year, God speaks to you. But this year, God has not spoken to you yet. You keep quiet and you see that your country is being, that as it stands right now, where we're standing right now, 1, 2, 3, boom. Nigerians freaking wake up. I said these 2 tickets are straight from hell. Let me now leave the Muslim and focus on the Fulani transition. In the advent of PDP winning these next elections, God forbid it, we would have had 8 years of a Fulani Muslim. And under 8 years, because Atiku will not go and do 4 years. Only a madman will believe that Atiku, that have been contesting since 1993, will get power and sit down for one tenure. You are mad. You need to check into a mental rehabilitation center real quick. If you believe a man that has been contesting with his blood, sweat, money, and everything, we just enter there and do only 4 years and say no, he won't seek re-election again. So inadvertently, we are giving 16 straight years to one tribe, one faith, in a country that has over 500 different religions and 250 different tribes. Where is the equity? Where is the fairness? Where is the justice? In the course of this space, my people will be having so many unveilings, revealings. So many hard truths to be spoken today. But let it be known. Let it be known that I opened my voice. I used the platform God gave me, and I spoke when your daddy Geos refused to speak. I told you, Nigerians, look at what is coming for you. You have spent 8 years. The power has been in the north with a Muslim. The next 8 years, you go to the south with a Christian. After that 8 years, it goes back to the north with a Muslim. And that same way, we continue to rotate this power. That is equity, fairness,
with
and
the vice
justice.
presidential position juggling alternatively as same.
Yes. Please. Don't allow your greed, don't allow your my people, you're welcome to the violence space. I've been venting
Sada, let me
enough.
drop one help
Just
for you here.
continue. Please take it on.
Let me help you out here. I'm sorry I'm outside. You might hear a car or two pass by. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Church of Violence. One of the major things people will tell you about the calamity of 2015 is we were not told. We didn't know. We didn't have enough information. We were lied to. We were hoodwinked. We were gaslighted. Fine. Let's say Twitter Spaces did not exist.
Yes, is right there.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go on, bro.
Yeah. So
go on.
Electoral.
Wow, N6. What's happening, bro?
Cannot say you have not been preached to. 3 young men, N6, Omar, Saddam, took out our data for 9 months to give you a multi-weekly show of political breakdown. You will not say you are not told. You will not say you are not told that upon the threat of an existential crisis in Nigeria, you should go and get your PVC. You will not say you are not told. Let me read you something very quickly. Everyone in the Church of Violence, both male and female, follow me to the book of Google. I'll take you quickly to Sahara Reporters. APC's Muslim ticket is a call to jihad, and it shows the supremacy of Islam in Nigeria. And a Kano preacher, Awal, tells his congregation to vote massively. This happened January 6th of 2023. Let me tell you the one about this. You can read it for yourself. We'll put it on the Jumbotron. But I needed to I want to read you something that blew my mind. Saddam touched on it, but Saddam didn't really land on it properly. Let me tell you something that blew my mind. The cleric said, another cleric, the leader of the Izala sect in Kano, Sheikh Abdallah Pakistan. Listen to this, Saddam. He disclosed that Tinubu had over a long time promoted the enthronement of a Muslim candidate in Nigeria. I repeat, he said that Tinubu for a long time has strived and promoted the enthronement of a Muslim candidate in Nigeria. Now, Sheikh Pakistan went on to say, Pakistan went on to say, listen carefully, say Tinubu has for a long time strived to actualize Muslim tickets. Tinubu paired Nuhu Ribadu with a Muslim Yoruba back then. And Tinubu was also instrumental to the Abiola Kingibe Muslim ticket of 1993. Now, on his part, the Kano State Governor, Umar Abdullahi Ganduje, asserted that the Tinubu-Shettima ticket will be supported by all Muslims, insisting that the practice was not new in the country. Okay. They will always bring up Babagana Kingibe and MKO Abiola and tell you that there was a time in Nigeria, Nigerians unanimously voted for a Muslim ticket. I ask you, is 1993 2023? Over 30 years later, is Nigeria still running on the same dynamics? Is Nigeria still on the same dynamics? So, these things are scary. And I sit here and I know why I had to read this to you, to show you that Bola Ahmed Tinubu, on public record, has been supporting a Muslim ticket in little pockets and fashions all over the country. And this is the grand plan. Do not exonerate him from any terrorism acts in this country. Do not exonerate him from any divisionary parties in this country. We have seen Simon Ekpa hail his printing mill with Bola Ahmed Tinubu's picture in the background. We are here hearing from wickedly divisive Muslim clerics that this man has been supporting this Muslim ticket for a long time. Let me tell you something about Nemesis. This Muslim ticket you support today, I will give Nigeria 20 years. There will come a Christian ticket of two of the most charismatic human beings in the country. And we will remind you people about today. This Fulani ticket you are supporting, there will come a time of back-to-back, either Igbo president back-to-back or Yoruba president back-to-back with this same economic and political ethno-religious diatribes infused into it. And we will remind the North about this day, because the selfishness you enjoy today, karma and nemesis, will always bring that thing back to you tomorrow. The selfishness you enjoy today, karma and nemesis will make sure you pay for it tomorrow. So at this point, I will yield. There's more than enough material from how this Muslim ticket was painted in countries like Lebanon, Turkey, and how they ended up today. And I'll remind you, if you're a Nigerian Muslim, you know me, I don't hide my mouth, most particularly a Yoruba Muslim. Because whenever you see madness supporting Tinubu online, you will see the name Quadri, Kudus, this you Ganiu. We know these things, and let's call it spade. A spade is crunch time. If you're a Yoruba Muslim and you think that somehow the Muslim ticket of Bola Ahmed Tinubu will favor you somehow, please ask me, how is it going to happen? Is there going to be a national roll call and ID card collection of all Muslims, and then you people be giving 5K a month? Or maybe he'll build all of you your house, give all of you one house. So please directly tell me how a Muslim ticket fits you, apart from you just being a dickhead, scratching your balls in public, saying, yes, man, my party or my team won. That is the only thing. I ask you, people who thought they were showing good luck, Jonathan Pepe, people who thought they were showing good luck, Jonathan Pepe in 2015, please ask them where they are today and where's good luck, Jonathan. Ask them whether when they won Goodluck Jonathan, whether they stopped giving Goodluck Jonathan visa to leave this country, or whether it bankrupted them, or whether Goodluck Jonathan went to prison. Please help me ask them. So you think you are doing me? Don't vote wisely. I beg you. Plunge Nigeria into more crisis. One thing I will tell you, their obedience, and any Agbado and Mikano people here, for some weird reason, if you check out the obedience when Nigeria no go affect if Nigeria spoil. Now obedience, check us. Now, obedience, many of them, I can tell you, 90% of obedience will not be affected financially, whether Nigeria goes up or goes down. We are the people who just really want to see a better country. But when you see them Kudus, no belt having ass motherfuckers and all these people, they are the ones that the economy is beating black and blue. They're the ones that wake up queue for fuel for 9 hours, while on the queue they'll be supporting APC. So I'm not begging anybody at this moment. I am too focused on putting Peter Obi in Asu Rock. I congratulate that man. I thank him for the anointing and the grace that he took to step away from the evil establishment of this country, thereby giving people like us the pride to be able to campaign for a God-given and a God-fearing candidate. So at this moment, there are so many voice drops we have. You will learn a lot on the show today. But I remind you, if you support a Fulani ticket, one day there will be one Yoruba ticket, and the whole Nigeria will, out of spite, support that ticket because of what is happening today. And I thank God for social media and Twitter because the records are here. One day there will be one Igbo tickets, and all of us will support that person because of this selfishness that is being sold today. If you support Muslim ticket for selfish reason, because I know that a Muslim ticket does nothing for you but bragging rights, I will remind you that there will come one day, there will be a Christian warlord in this country that will take over this, and all the Christians will just fold their hands. We might not support him, but we will fold our hands, as many of you will fold your hands in this era. So I beg of you, let's do the right thing. For equity, justice, and fairness, please make your voice the loudest. One thing I will give Islam, as someone who has practiced Islam for almost a decade in my university years, one thing I'll tell you about Islam is a religion of peace. But everything that is good, the devil must always try to taint it. There are over 2 billion Muslims in the world. If 1% of 2 billion Muslims are terrorists, that's 200 million people. That is still a lot of people. Even if it's 0.0%, that's 20 million terrorists. That is still a lot of people. That is enough people to give a religion of peace a bad name. So whatever I see in terrorism and everything, I will never open my mouth and insult Islam. Never. I have followed the tenets of Islam. I have fasted. I have done alms giving. It is a strong part of my life, and I have been successful. And I will tell you that. Beat my chest. So all these people using Islam for their wicked games, you weaponize poverty, you push illiteracy among the Muslim populace, then you as the clerics, you misinterpret the gospel of, you misinterpret the holy books of Islam. I pity you. I pity you. If you really know who the Prophet, peace be upon him, Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, is, you will know that a lot of all these Muslim clerics, their corner in hellfire will be with hard labor. But maybe they move. It's one life to live. Get your PVCs, Nigerians. We are winning this election with a landslide. I repeat, men with structure would not be insulting a man with no structure if the man with no structure does not look destined to win. Remember this. In a football match, 11 men on one team, 22 men on the pitch, but the ball can only be in the hand of one man. But once that ball enters that one man's hand, the other 21 men on that pitch have the right to stop that man, because that man is the Agbabola. The ball is currently in the hand of Peter Obi and the Obedient movement. And until we put it inside that goal post, I don't pass box 18, box 6. This one. Now that goal post, now one day, that Rashidi Yakini go away after he score a whole net. That can't go now one shot this year. So please, I beg you, February 25th, we move. I love you all. God bless you. God bless Nigeria.
Thank you very much, my brother ENDSears. I just want to make some clarification, because you understand when we speak like this, it is important we drum it into the people's ears. Because for me, I know we say this every time on this space. One thing I always know is that history will always remember the roles we play as a people.
Oh, yes.
So if you stand, God, for me, whatever
Maybe I use fashion now. Baggy jeans is back. Just use fashion to know that Ego mini skirt is back. Piercing is back. Hippie movement is back. Ego go again. So they know.
It continues to rotate.
Life is cyclic.
So, you understand? So one thing I know is certain, that by the special grace of God, man, nobody's going to stop what's about to happen next month, sorry. That's Peter being the next president of Nigeria. But remember the role you played today actively. Remember what you played today. What you gave credence to today. What you start down to say, let it go on, because it will favor you. Remember, you're not standing for it's not favoring Nigeria, not because of Nigeria now, but for your selfish interest. And I want to say this because when I made my submission earlier, my friend just brought back my notice right now. When I was saying the rotation of power, I meant equally. The power rotates from the south, it goes to the north. From the north, it goes back to the south. And if we're having a southern Muslim president, next time the power should go to a northern Christian president. We have northern Christians also that should be able to become president. We have southern Muslims also that should be able to become president, but at the right time also. So there should be an equality among every region, every religion, every ethnicity should be able to say, I want to be the president. And you look at the minorities. That's one thing I look at APC and PDP and I laugh at these guys. You have 250 ethnic groups in this country, of which 3 we highlight them as the popular ones: the Yorubas, the Igbos, the Hausas. 3. Then you now relegate 247 as minorities. Those minorities right now, they now see the way you're playing with power between two of you, that you popular ones, your three, and two of you are doing tumbom. You give me, I give you. I give you, you give me. You chop, I chop. I chop, I no chop. You don't want to even give the third one chance safe. The minorities and the traders and for some are looking at you. If you three of you up there, you can't even give one an opportunity. What is the dream that I'm not even among? You don't even think about us. You don't know that there's a Baju tribe in Kaduna. You don't know that there's a Tarok tribe in Plateau State. You don't know that there's a Magavu tribe. You don't know that there are thieves, there are Jukuns. You don't know that you don't even know that there's the Biroms. How can a Birom man ever aspire to be president of Nigeria? How can a Birom man of Plateau ever wake up and say, I want to be president of this country? When they see how we do it up there. So when I say these things, when you come out with your big foolish chest and be saying, now my tribal man, now my religion, now my this, now my that, the tables will one day turn.
Saddam, I wanted to jump in and say something. Sorry, I just had to jump in. First of all,
go on, please, my brother.
Obedience to the comment. Hi, ENDSears. Hi, Professor Saddam. Obedience to the comment that I asked her to turn on our voice. Please, you can leave the space. If you feel like we need to take it easy on some so-called men of God because they have chosen to stay on the sideline and you don't like this conversation, please, you can leave. No one is begging you to stay on this space. We will speak truth to power. The voice of the people is the voice of God. So if you think if you so much revere people that cannot speak up when the killings and the maiming that is going on in places like Southern Kaduna and Co that have been quiet and are watching this country go down in flames, if you feel like this conversation is so sensitive and so touchy for you, I'm sorry, you can get the fuck off the space. Thank you.
God bless you, my brother. Honestly, I said it. Thank you, Otuma. You wouldn't have said it better, because I am so angry with Nigerians. I am so angry. We sell ourselves. We don't sold our ability to think.
Slaughterhouse and you are singing Kumbaya. Are you people mad?
Do you understand? You call yourself Daddy Gio. Your pastors, your members are being slaughtered. You don't care. The freaking religion that you're standing on, that you're making billions from, you have bought private jets from, you have turned to a billionaire from, you have built universities from, you have trained your family from. Your members have been slaughtered like chickens across the country. You don't say anything. Oh, it is up for God. If you're a Christian on this platform, go and ask. Go and read your Bible and read about the prophets, about the judges. Go and see the roles they play, the holding kings accountable. Don't go and be worshiping one man. That the GO, that is this today will go drag. We'll go see if you go to your church on tomorrow, your GO don't talk anything. Collect my tell and say, Papa, you're saying bullshit. Because they're just about to go up in flames. Ah, God, I know the Nigeria, I know this church for them. I swear, this people on the don't say they're mad. Gen Z, freaking wake up. I'm not talking about all these the boomers again and the millennials again. Gen Z, freaking wake up. Go to church tomorrow. That pastor does say something. Fucking take that mic for his hand and tell him, make some sense into their dumb skulls. You can't say that the GO. People are dying. Your country's about to go up in flames. They have made deals with the devil to keep quiet. Please, if this conversation is paining you, I beg, leave the violent space. There's a reason why this space is called the violent freaking space. We are here and we speak truth to power. We don't fucking see. We know we don't care who you are. I'm not.
It's too late already, sir.
I'm not here to make friends. I am not here to make followers. I don't want that. I'm here to see my country work. Work for everybody. Igbos, Yorubas, Hausas, thieves, Biroms, Tarok, Christian, Muslim, atheists, whatever you fucking represent, Nigeria should work for all of us. And if that is paining you, leave the fucking space. Otumba, welcome, Jerry. My people, see,
you reach to para now. This week ago, there was a young man from Kenya, I think about 2 days ago, that insulted Nigerians. He said, man, that he doesn't know what's happening in Nigeria, but man, Africa. Say, this Nigeria's candidate, are you sure Nigerians are okay? My brother, I had to even go to the tweet and comment, say, Baba, at this point, it's looking like witchcraft. And I don't even believe in such things because I don't understand. Is it all of us that were together on this social media for 8 years, from ENDSears to Para for Buhari, shouting up and everything? That at the end of the day, people are telling me that it is same APC. APC couldn't even try and go and find their Oshiba and Jaws and all those people to show that they are repentant, to show that, okay, oh, we are renewed hope. They didn't even go and look for the people that have hope inside APC for renewed hope. They now went and brought hopelessness personified. So I ask again, what's going on in this country? Is it what's going on? Did they spray this thing in the air? What's happening? Because as Nigerians, we have to start telling ourselves the truth. What's really going on? Is this brainwashing? Even if it's brainwashing, because I bet you this is how some Germans that didn't have problems with Jews were looking at Germany, and this fucking Hitler guy was just whining everybody, telling them he's the Herr Führer, and they were just killing their next door neighbors. Because I don't want to believe that all of Germany followed Hitler into World War II, World War I and II. And we're here again. A man that left this country a disaster, 77 trillion naira debt. Now, some people get up, they repackage the guy like say with a lick ice cream the last 8 years.
Bro, did you see the one they what they're packaging for their pension?
Yes, now I saw the pension was 60-something billion. I know why you people on this violent space. I know why I call these numbers. Because you people are donating money now, so you know how 5,000 is paying you, 20K is paying you, but somebody's stealing billion and putting you in debt.
Bro, they're
If you
putting
did this movement now, if you
debt.
drop 5K for support group, you won't see all the posters where they print. You won't see where they enter Okada. You want to invoice. This one, see the Nigerian government, go and give them the invoice of the last 8 years with your PVC. Go and give them the receipts. But you are seeing them online. You are seeing them, the disgraceful morons. You are seeing them online. You are seeing them. And those are people you want to hand your country to.
You think 77 trillion 77 trillion sounds like a very large number. God forbid, wait till Tinubu gets in. This was the same idiot that told us to print more naira notes during coronavirus pandemic.
God bless you.
Do you think 77 trillion will look like a joke if Abuja gets in the next 4 years? And you know, you think right now, at least Buhari can still mention some Niger Delta Bridge or whatever, or second Niger Bridge or whatever, at least. Dude, Tinubu will spend 77 trillion in 1 year if you let them be. And that money will go to the pockets of his cronies.
He wouldn't even know when the money is gone, Seth. He would know.
This is the person they are whispering to in his ear. It's gotten so bad that they are whispering him what to say on campaign stage. They are coaching this guy. Is it that the same guy that will pay attention to how much Federal Ministry of Housing is, or works or whatever wants to spend, or how much the freaking contract is? And they've packaged him under this ethno-religious bullshit. Yoruba Rono.
Brother, thank you very much. My people are saying, we just have to set this pace on this movement. Please, as we are saying, if you have sold your brains to your pastors and your GOs and your imams, leave the space. Please. This space is for people that are open to learning, to relearn, to unlearn, and to voice themselves. Please. If you have sold your brains to pastors, imams, bishop, alpha, and the rest, please, here's not for you. If you're opening to learn, this is the space for you. Because as far as we want to take back our country, we as a people must understand our responsibilities lies with us. And if the prominent ones, I'm imagining myself now being
and have these difficult discussions.
I'm imagining myself being Adeboye. I want to start calling names. I'm imagining me now that I am Daddy Adeboye. Me now, as I be. I'm seeing the killings going on in northern southern Kaduna. I'm seeing people dying. I'm seeing
killings of Christians.
This thing is taking. I'm seeing this thing, and all of a sudden, I'm telling people, God has not spoken to me yet. I'm just imagining myself.
But God has spoken to Obasanjo. God has spoken to Edwin Clark. But it's you that God has not spoken to. God will not speak to you till Peter Obi enters Asuro. Many of them, God will not speak to them till Peter is sitting in Asuro. No wahala.
Please,
because in the Bible, there are sometimes God withholds certain things from the prophets.
Is it a different God that is speaking to Pastor, the one in Covenant? I just went blank.
Oyedepo.
Is it a different person that is speaking to Oyedepo now?
God bless you.
Those that realize the danger See, you know the problem. It was this. I don't want to screw that shit. 2015, we saw how they pushed here. I won't lie. One of the reasons why I was pro Buhari in 2015 was the Christian packaging of Oshibanjo. It worked. It worked. They embraced him. They embraced Buhari. We all believe, my parents, that yes,
Buhari
like
will handle
this was
security
an
and Shibanjo will
anointing.
handle economy.
Yes,
We believe.
and
It was easy to
they
believe.
packaged it for us. Now it's when it's time to undo their mess. They want to go quiet and tiptoe and stay on the sideline.
Otumba, let me ask you a question. Let's all assume. Let's all assume that truly God speaks to them, and God has not spoken to them. Let's accept, yeah. But let's now ask for common sense. For common sense, sir, a man that is educated as you are, that you know what is, because God will not tell you good or bad. We, as all human beings, we are open to know what is good and what is bad. First, we can all agree on that on this space, that we know what is good and we know what is bad. And we know that for justice, equity, and fairness, you don't need God to speak to you about justice, equity, and fairness. It is open to you, sir. That I can come out and say, as Adeboye, God has not spoken to me yet. But for justice, equity, and fairness, we should not be having a discussion of power going back to the north after we have spent 8 years of another president, or power going back to our Muslim brothers. In fact, I expect people like Daddy Adeboye to be reaching out to clerics, to northern Muslim clerics, top ones, and say, my brothers and sisters across faith, we understand the country that we are having. We should be having these discussions, brothers and sisters. We should not burn our country. We should not allow politicians play into our religion. Daddy Adeboye and coach should be fucking championing these things.
At his age, the first
What the
Orantis
fuck
and
are
the
we doing
rest
as a
are
country?
talking. He's dead. The other day, Ade Farasin was on stage speaking in parables, neither here nor there.
Man, that
Is this
one
what
is
we need
fireable.
now?
It's fireable. I didn't
Nonsense.
understand it. It's fireable. I
He
didn't
was
see it.
balapluing
Oh,
as far as I'm
God,
concerned.
God.
Please do not unmute your mic on this place. If you're not called to speak, please, I'll just drop you, please. We're going to open the floor for everybody to speak, and you have your chance to speak, please. But right now, please allow us, maybe we vent, or we vent and I'll come and vent, say what you want to say. But just please let us say what we want to say. Thank you.
I need to beg Nigerian Muslims to understand that this Muslim ticket does not serve you in any way. I need to remind Nigerian Muslims that when terrorists hit the Abuja-Kaduna railway line, they did not tell the Muslims to go home. Each Muslim paid as much money as the Christians paid. I need to remind Nigerians that when the video was shown of the terrorists brutally flogging the people that were kidnapped in the Abuja-Kaduna rail line, they did not tell the Muslims to go one side and they flogged only the Christians. They or brutally. I don't need to remind the Muslims in this country that northern Nigeria is where the Muslim majority lives, does their business, and thrives. And I don't need to remind you that northern Nigeria is the most terrorized place by Islamic terrorists. I don't need to remind you this. I don't need to remind the Muslims in this country about what the Muslims in Katsina, Buhari's home state, are going through. If they thought that when Buhari enters, they were going to enjoy some sort of uhuru. Me in Anambra, I don't have any belief that, when Peter Obi enters, all the gunmen and all the crime in Anambra will die. That would be very, very stupid of me. So I ask you one more time, as a Nigerian Muslim supporting the Muslim ticket, please come on this space and tell me, how do you think that ticket will directly affect you? Is there a PVC in your PVC where they wrote M for Muslim? Is there in your BVN where there's M for Muslim, where you are
Probably they are buying fuel for 100 naira
is
now.
there in this fuel scarcity now? Can you go there and say Bismillah and they'll let you jump the queue? What are you gaining as a Muslim in this country? I beg of you, ask me. Terrorists bomb churches, they bomb mosques. Terrorists kill Christians, they kill Muslims. So I want to ask you, please, this Muslim ticket you are supporting, me coming from a self-accepted infidel, because they never even enter power.
They call us infidel.
They call us infidels. No wahala, from a self-accepted infidel. Shey, I mean, now all of us now don't be infidel. All of us that all watched World Cup just last month and held Messi to get that. All of us now, I'm infidel now, be no wahala. All of us that loved Mbappe. Qatar that just hosted World Cup. We're now back to infidelism. We were infidels a few months ago. Don't worry. No wahala. No wahala. Nigerians, get your PVC. Under rain, under sun, under shine. If it will cause you stress, if there's one INEC demon misbehaving, change them for them. But you see this PVC, we must collect them. These guys bungled something as easy as a redesigning of the Naira. They bungled this new Naira. As I speak to you, as a Nigerian citizen, I have not seen the new Naira notes with my eyes. I've seen the 1,000 in passing. I've not seen it with my eyes. The ATM I still use today still vomited 40,000 Naira of old 1,000 Naira notes. Emefiele, as I speak to you in this goddamn administration, is on the run from the DSS on asylum in the UK while still holding his portfolio as central bank chairman. So please, you're a governor. Please, Nigerians, help me. This downfall, I need to calm down. You see this APC downfall, I need to calm down. Please, my bus stop was a long time ago. I've gone past my bus stop. When I don't carry me, they go around. No. Please,
for me, it is the audacity of APC. I swear it is the audacity of APC.
What have they not sacrilege? What have they not poo-pooed, my
APC
brother?
have done every freaking thing, and they now spit on our face and say, to hell with you guys. Let us divide you guys.
Is it not under APC a CBN governor bought a presidential form of 100 million naira? What have they not desecrated? What has the APC not taken a dump on? What have they not taken a dump on?
That party has
witches broom. A satanic collective. We must flush them out. We must.
We cannot.
Look at the rhetorics now.
If
you know, we are just here celebrating.
Let me explain something to Nigeria.
For the longest time, the imam stayed out of this. For the longest time, the imam stayed out of this, and I must commend them. For the longest time, the imam stayed out of this. For the longest time. He has seen that he's losing 40 days to election. He don't carry dollar.
It's Bola Tinubu now. It's who else? It's Bola Tinubu. That's his playbook.
He did it in Lagos. He wants to do it at federal level. No wahala. We'll meet at the polls. I yield.
Thank you very much, my brother. Tuma, you want to say something real quick?
No, my brother. I think
people are boiling, and I know it's understandable that people are boiling. Okay, Tuma, please, you can mute. Thank you. I just want to say this one more time. For me, I do not respect any man or woman that we see truth and call it lie. I do not respect you. I don't respect you. I do not
no
respect
matter your
you.
age.
I don't care your age. I don't care what you have, what you own, what you've achieved. If you see the truth and you call it lie, I will not respect. You don't need my respect, too. I know you don't need my respect.
Or if you see the truth and keep quiet.
In the space of the truth, you keep quiet. I don't respect you. I will never respect you. I have opportunity to call you out. I will freaking call you out. All your pastors in Nigeria, Nigerians, Nigerian Christians, wake up. All your pastors that are not speaking about what's happening are all frauds. All your daddy GOs, all your bishops, all your imams, any imam that is speaking in support of this Muslim ticket is a fraud. Any alpha speaking in favor of this Muslim ticket is a fraud. Any native doctor that is speaking in favor of this Muslim ticket is a fraud. Take it to the bank, Nigerians. Open and emancipate yourselves from mental slavery. I beg. This is 2020 freaking 3. Take your country, own the narrative. Save yourselves, because this men, when the country starts burning, I tell you, I kid you not, they have all means to leave this country even before the first bomb goes up. If you shut down the airports, they have their helicopters from their backyards, and boom, they're in Ghana or Benin Republic. Whatever it takes, if Nigeria begin to burn today, none of these men of God will go down. You that have carried your first tithe, your first fruit this month, you want to go and give them. Go carry that money, go pay for Peter Obi campaign now. Take that first fruit and go and give Peter Obi campaign for your own sense. Because to tell you the truth, your pastor is not telling you, go and get your PVC. Go and get your PVC. Do not vote for same-faith tickets. In a country where we have over 100 million Christians. All right. Let's open the space. Guys, you're welcome to the violence space. As I always say on our spaces, please, you can retweet the space. Let people know that we're up and we are running and we're having that discussion that nobody wants to have. We're going to have that discussion and we're going to trend the hashtag, say no to Muslim Fulani ticket. We're going to trend that hashtag here today, and the whole world will know that if nobody spoke about it, the people in violent space said it. So that history will always remember
Yes, so yes,
that we
so
stood and
and
we
you
took a
better
stand.
tweet so that your tweet will stand in history too. There are only 18 tweets in this space. Remember when we did have comment section, and so now they shout, "Hey, where's our comment section? Comment section don't reach now, and no one puts hand. People don't tell people to come to the space. People don't to talk about this topic. You don't reach you. Oh yeah,
And then,
yeah. Begin
yes,
tweet.
so ENDSears, one more thing. If you're a speaker and you are coming here to come and tell us to tone down our rhetoric, please, I will block you. I will remove you from this space. So if you feel like this day, there's no freedom of speech today. Bullshit freedom of speech. If your job is to come here and tell us to tone down, wallahi, we will block you. You won't come on this space again. We don't block people. Well, Saddam doesn't block people, but I'm pretty sure you'll be the first person Saddam will block. So please, if you know that I've said it, it's not hard, it's not war.
Go to
Freedom of speech.
Afghanistan
You
and
can
tell
open your own
all the young
space.
girls that have been kicked out of university to tone down. Just go there now and tell them, you're telling me nonsense. Tone down what? We'll pursue you. It will be like
So
rapture. You won't see.
if your job here is to come on the space and tell us to tone it down, yeah.
Thank you very much, my brother Tumba. Ogumakpa, yeah, I think I love that. I love that very well, my brother. Thank you, Ogumakpa, yeah. If you come here and start telling us, Ogumakpa, yeah, you hear so rugged. Let us open this space and they laugh. But I don't laugh. I won't drag all these men of God. I don't feel sleep for night. I say I go drag. I never come when I say I go drag all these people. What
The
kind of nonsense
hypocrisy
are
is
we in
crazy. There are 3 top Muslim candidates. Out of the top 4, 3 are Muslim.
They are
One is a
Muslims.
Christian. What is so hard? What's
Of
going on in this
which, let us do
country?
the mathematics. We don't have Muslim ratio to Nigeria 2-1. No. We don't have it 3-1. No, we don't have it. It is equal. 1-1. And you carry 3. If all the 3 Muslims, even we say that, let's say all the Muslims can vote for the Muslim candidates. Christians, come out, everybody and vote Christians. We will still win these elections. If we want to play it along that line. But we have stupid Christians that don't have sense. They want to sell their birthright because he's from my tribe, or because my father is APC, or because APC are paying, or because I don't like, because you don't like Igbo man, you go die. If Igbo man is your problem, you will die. Igbo man go rule you. If he pay you, go and hit yourself. Go and hug a transformer. If Igbo man being a president is your problem, go and kill yourself. You are crazy. It's 2023. Fucking wake up. Your country is burning. Benin Republic has left you behind. Take your money to Benin Republic tomorrow. Go to Benin Republic. Enter past Badagry and go to Benin Republic and see where you are. The Safa has more value than your Naira today. But your problem is Igbo man. You are mad. Welcome to the violence space. Let me give the mic to my sister Lamin. Lamin, good evening.
Good evening, Saddam. Oh, in short, I don't know where to start. Good evening, Saddam. Good evening, Otumbas, Sizzle, everybody here. FYI, I'm a Muslim before I start, so that you don't come for me and say because she's not a Muslim. I am a fucking Muslim. So let me put that out there first. So this bullshit, this Muslim ticket that these madmen are pushing forward, because we all know what they are doing. These men only, first of all, I'll say that these men are enemy of Islam. These men are enemy of Islam. They don't stand for Islam. They don't depict anything that Islam has said. They have not represented Islam in any form. Islam is just, peaceful, equity is upfront in Islam, and Islam does not condone ignorance. So you cannot say because you did not know, that's why I supported a Muslim ticket. No, your religion has said go and seek for knowledge, even if it takes you to the end of the world. So you not knowing that you're not supposed to vote for a Muslim ticket is your fucking business. Go and fucking learn. That is number one. Islam is not in support of a Muslim ticket in a multinational country like Nigeria, where we have people of Muslim faith, Christian faith, atheists, and traditional worshippers. Your religion, Islam tells you, choose the most credible. choose the most credible, not the one that is a Muslim. Abokina Gari is here if he wants to be truthful. The Muslims that are here should know, if you want to be truthful, Islam never said choose a Muslim leader. No. In a country where you have different religion, choose the most credible. And if anything, Islam has said anyone who has tried so hard to lead, e.g. Atiku, Tinubu, those are people that we should vote against. Abokina Gari is here. Islam wants people to be, the way we are vying of shouting and wanting people to be, those are the kind of leaders that Islam wants. People that people want, leaders that people are dying to have, not the one that are forcing themselves on us. I'm a Muslim. Abokina Gari is here. He can come when I'm done so that he will tell me if what I'm saying is a lie. You can't say you want to rule people when you're sick. You cannot say you want to rule people when you don't have the credibility to do that. You cannot say you want to rule people or lead people when you have more credible people above you, people that are better than you. That is on that Muslim ticket, number one. So these guys do not represent us. For me personally, they do not represent my religion. They do not stand. They do not care about us. They have their agenda cut out for them. And I will tell you, all the Northerners, because I would say it, all the Northerners, all the Hausas and Fulanis, they do not give a shit about you. You have a president that is from Katsina State. What has he done for his people? What has he even done about the killing that is happening in his state? Education, zero. They rape women. Kids don't go to school. Men, they cannot go to their farm. How has he helped? Nothing. The Fulani, the nomadic education that was being paid for by federal government, the same Fulani man that is a Muslim came and said he does not have money to do that, but they have money to do other things. So they stopped the nomadic education. So there's no more free education for the Fulanis in the forest. That is your own Fulani man that you're dying. You want to kill yourself so that he'll become president. He's there now. What has he done for you? The only thing he has done, he has emboldened the mad Fulanis to go on the street to terrorize people. When you're driving and they're with their cattle, you have to wait in a freaking highway. You will wait for the cattle to pass before you can. If you honk, they will tell you, why are you rushing? That is the only thing that Buhari has done for his people, emboldening them, the mad ones. You can't go to school. If you can't afford it, you can't go to school. That is not that this same madmen. If you look at it, I'll say it. You people think that is the Yoruba people that are pushing this thing. It's the Northerners that are pushing it. If they are going everywhere, how many Yoruba men do you see following Tinubu everywhere? Is it not Ganduje, Oshomole? They are the one pushing it because they know the importance of having a dead man as president. They know. How many times have you seen a governor of Ogun State or governor of Lagos State follow Tinubu everywhere? They have work to do, or they are embarrassed by him. But Ganduje, that is a shameless governor. You have him following him up and down, his face like that of a pig. I said it. His face, him and Oshomole following him, Oshomole whispering to this man to say something. He can't even hear. Not talk of repeat. He can't even repeat after Oshomole. That is the person you fucking want as your president. I will tell the Muslims here, it is upon us, not the Christian, it is upon us to tell the truth to people, because these people, this Ganduje has gone to gather all the Muslims, some Muslim clerics that don't have sense, because not all of them, the clerics that don't have sense, and I said it, the clerics, Malams, that don't have sense, to tell them that Muslim ticket is protecting. This is to protect Muslims, and they want to also bring another Muslim ticket, Ribado or who after Shetima. Is Shetima a good Muslim? Is Tinubu a good Muslim? Is Ganduje a good Muslim? What has Ganduje done for his states apart from stealing from his fucking people? They don't have you. They don't care about you. They do not care about your family. They do not care about your kids, your parents. All they care about is themselves. Nobody gives a shit about you. So you better know, even if you have a Muslim ticket, does not change anything. You will suffer. You will not be able to pay school fees. You will not be able to go to school. You will not be able to eat. You will not be able to go to farm, because Boko Haram will continue to destroy the northern states, because it is in the northern, it is in the north that Boko Haram and banditry is spreading like wildfire. If you don't know how many Boko Haram, now they have spread to my state, Njenje state. It is the same Muslim ticket, this same Muslim ticket that this stupid man, this short evil man in Kaduna has tried. Look at what is happening in Kaduna. And we all know the people dying in Kaduna. The Christians is intentional. He's killing the Christians intentional. You call Christians infidel. How dare you? How dare you call the Christians infidel? How dare you? For you to call someone infidel, you are also an infidel. It is only an infidel that knows an infidel. What do you mean by their infidels? If one, I even saw one on my TL saying that there's one that is doing us proud by killing the infidels in our state, in Kaduna. So they are proud that El-Rufai is killing Christians in Kaduna. You're calling Christians infidel. You are infidel. Your generation is infidel. Your family is infidel. Because that is not what my religion says. You will not destroy my religion. You will not, and if you're a Muslim and you don't talk against this, you are one of them. If you're supporting a Muslim ticket, you are evil. If you're supporting Atiku, you are evil, because I know that it will never happen. Hausa and Fulanis will never allow us to have a Southern and a Christian ticket after 8 years of a Southern and a Christian ticket. Hausas and Fulani, yes, I said it. In this north, it is the Hausas and Fulani. They will never allow it to happen. We in Nupe, we don't care. Other languages, we don't even matter. They don't even count us. I don't even know why they call us North Central. I don't want to be from the north. I do not want to be counted as a North Central, as a Northerner. I am from the Middle Belt. They will never. They don't even count us. You drag us by force and join us to the north, and you don't even. Our opinions don't matter. Our opinions don't matter. It's just only Hausa and Fulani. Even the Fulani, how many percentage? Less than 1%. They are minorities, but they've dominated the fucking north. They've dominated the fucking north because we allowed it. I'm not inciting anybody. We fucking allowed it. Tell me one singular country that has carried religion on their forehead, thinking they can twist God that is doing well. Afghanistan, Palestine, Israel, Iran, Iraq. Tell me they are doing well. Since they know more than God, they can fight for God. You want to fight for your God. God cannot fight for himself. God that created you, took his time to create you. You want to come to earth and come and fight for him. You want everybody to be a Muslim. Is it by force? You cannot change this. Nigeria is a secular state. There is nothing you do. There is nothing you do that will change that. This country is a secular state. No matter what you do, the country will fucking remain a secular state. If you like, kill. You can only kill yourselves. You can only kill yourselves. You can't come to other people's place and you will kill the Fulanis and outside in the north. You continue to fight yourself. The unfortunate part of it is that few Christians and few tribes that are living there will be caught up in the mess. Every time, if things don't go your way, everybody will die. If things don't go your way, everybody will die. Enough is enough. We will not allow this to happen. We will not allow this move. If we're going to drag people by their hair on election day to come out and fucking vote, we will do that. We will not allow Muslim tickets happen to Nigeria. What is going on in Kaduna? It ends in Kaduna. We will not allow it to. They will not bring it to the national level. We will shame El-Rufai. We will shame Ganduje. Shame what's this? Atole man in Lagos State. I can't even remember his name. APC candidate. We will shame all of them.
It's
And the
Mogaji
only way, àwọn Atole, àwọn Agbaya. We will shame all of them. And I'm telling you guys, whatever it is that you need to do, don't complain. Go fucking do it. If something is not happening in your locality, fucking do something. Talk to somebody about P2B. You cannot just stay in your house and say, P2B. Fucking do something. Stop whining. Stop whining. Stop whining. Do something. Talk to somebody. Intimidate those that you can intimidate. Go fucking pick up your fucking PVC and stop wasting your. If you don't have PVC, don't fucking come to the space. Go fucking pick your PVC. Ask people for help if you don't have means of going to pick up.
100%.
Go fucking pick your PVC, because you know what? This Muslim ticket will fucking not happen in this country. I yield my mic.
God bless you, my sister. God bless you. God bless you. You understand? No, you know, when we say these things like this now, we need, and I say I want fire, I want fire. If I say I just know who will burn the place well for me. God bless you. Nobody would have said it better for me. Thank you very much, because most times when we say these things, it be like say, Saddam, your voice is too loud. Thank you. God bless you.
And I'll say this.
God bless you.
I am sorry. The Christian clerics, you need to fucking do better. Do better, because I know, if the table were to be turned, I know what the Muslim clerics will be doing by now. I know if we had a Christian ticket, I know what the clerics in the north, because I keep saying I'm not going to use Muslim. I know what the clerics in the north will be doing by now. They will take this preaching to the deepest of the villages, so that it will not happen. You fucking do better for your people.
I'm just imagining. Thank you, my sister. Thank you, because I'm just imagining a Christian ticket. Ha! Oh, mommy, that's it. That's one thing. That's one. I grew up in the north. Yeah, I spent all my teenage years in the north, so I can vividly say I'm a northerner. One thing I love the north is that they know their rights. A northerner knows his rights, and you dare not trample on their rights. Who born that Christian man for Nigeria want to do Christian tickets? Then you will know that northerner, that shoemaker, that cobbler, that mesuya, they know their rights more than you that went to school. Here you are, a southerner, sitting down, watching your own representation. El-Rufai did not come out and say one fucking word. Over 40 people died in his state. The next day he went to go and do traditional something in that same region. One freaking word, not one tweet, no one message, nothing came out from the government to say, even pretend. We heard, we are sorry. Pretend. The fucking man did not say anything. Because nobody to stand and speak for those people. You have a pastor now as a vice president. You're being marginalized. Now imagine when you have nobody even to speak for you. When I want carry now, you just see hellfire, carry on enter hellfire. Because Tinubu is from my tribe, or because Tinubu is my uncle, or because Tinubu is my party man. My papa and my papa opened APC together, or because Tinubu are doing business together. Man, Southerners, open your eyes and know your right. Now, why I love my northern brothers, so they know their rights, and they will fight for their rights. Abokina Giri, my brother, good evening. How are you doing today? You have the space, please.
Hello, Saddam. Good evening to you all.
Aboki, you're not audible.
I'm not audible.
Yeah, I beg. Stop.
I'm not audible.
I think you are better now. Go on.
Okay.
God bless you. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Good evening to you all. My heart is boiling when I was listening to Lamine. She almost spoke everything that is in my mind, but I will just have to say this very quickly. Before I start speaking, I would like to let anyone on this space know my position. Saddam, you're from the north, and you are much conversant with all this. Currently, I'm the Commander General of the First Aid Group of Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah in my own local government. My mosque is the central mosque in the city of Kano, after the mosque of the emir. So I'm one of the stakeholders, and of course the caucus of Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah, if you can call it Izala sect, here in my own local government. And secondly, I was born and brought here in Kano, and whatever I will say now, I will say it with experience and of course what is going currently on ground. So, firstly, I'm very happy Saddam has made mention of one thing before we started this space, that in every situation you can see that in everything there must be good and there must be bad in everything. There must be good and there must be bad in everything you know. There are good Muslims, there are of course bad Muslims, there are good Christians, there are bad Christians, there are good Hausas, there are bad Hausas, good good Igbos, bad Igbos, everything you know. So I would like to say this now. Firstly, I would like to say the importance of Kanu. Kanu, in everything you know about religion in this country, especially Islam, Kanu is the epicenter. If you're talking about Islam, the Sultan is just in Sokoto, but everything that is happening mostly is happening in Kanu. That is why all these clerics that came out, maybe two of them, Sheikh Abdul Muttalib Gusau, and of course Professor Salih Pakistan, which they know me personally. If they see me now, they will call my name, you know. So they know me personally and I know them. That's why they came from Kanu. And all these meetings, that's why it happens from Kanu. But let me remind you about something. About some months ago, I told Saddam that, look, I've been sensing something that Bat is cooking something with some other scholars that will come out and say things like this. If Saddam will remember, I told him.
Wait, sorry, Saddam, is it me or is there an alarm going off?
I think it's Aboki from Aboki's background.
No, is it from my background?
Yeah,
Okay. So
It has gone off now. Thank
that's
you.
gone off. Yeah, that's gone off.
uh-huh. So I told Saddam that something is trying to come up, and it will not come up maybe to 2 months to election or maybe a month to election, because all the clerics, you know, especially in Kanu, they are much, you know, afraid, if I will say this, to come out and tell people to vote a Muslim again, because they were the same scholars that came to their Jumat mosques, you know, to their sermons, calling on people to vote Muslims. And this is the quagmire we found ourselves in, this, especially the northern Nigeria. So, and every cleric, you know, he's very much cautious about his reputation. So this time around, if you come out clamoring for any Muslim or maybe religious sentiment or something, you lose your reputation, because people are now you know much conversant with all with almost everything that's happening. So Kanu is very important. This is why they started from Kanu. This is number one. Secondly, the people that are living especially in Kanu or maybe in northern Nigeria, they see this Muslim ticket as nothing other than politics. This is the truth of the matter, because they know that Tinubu and Shetima are not there to represent Islam. They are not there to represent Islam. This is why they don't bring this thing till the eve of election to maybe carry out some people that are maybe ignorant about what is happening. But every average northerner knows that this Muslim ticket of APC is not trying to favor him, but to favor their own interest. This is what is happening. You can have a pilot research in Kanu, maybe in northern Nigeria, the whole. You'll testify what I'm saying. Just go around the market. How do you see this Muslim? Then leave them. They are not representing Islam, you know, and so on and so forth. This is the reality of the matter. Do you know why they came up in 2 months' time to election? Because they know that the political environment is now heated. People are now preparing to go to the polls. So that is why they came up with this thing. And up to now, as I'm speaking to you, there's no any cleric that went to his people. As I'm speaking to you, that went to his people and start telling them in the Jumat sermons, and start telling them that you vote for Muslim ticket. Up to now, as I'm telling you, go and have your research. And all the people that went to that program that Ganduje organized, let me tell you, there are some respected scholars here in Kanu, which we are together with them. on this matter, the likes of Professor Muhammad San Umar Limu, Professor Bashir Aliyu Umar, and the likes of Dr. Abdullah Gedankai and the rest of them, they are not supporting this Muslim ticket. That is why you did not see them in that particular program, because Islam, it teaches fairness, honesty, and justice. This is a secular nation. I'm very much sure these scholars that came out and spoke about Muslim ticket, they know it in their minds that if a Christian ticket will happen in Nigeria, they will not agree. They will not agree. They know it. So why will you impose and call people to vote for Muslim ticket, not for the progress of the country, just for Islam? So this is not Islam, and they are not representing Islam. They are not representing the Muslims. So we, the obedience, we have one thing to do. It's just to keep educating people. Because as I'm telling you the truth. If you like, you can go and verify. Most people are not even seeing this Muslim ticket as a gain to them. This is what happening. This is what is happening on ground. This is what is happening. This is the truth. Most people. How I wish my father is here. He traveled to Jigawa. He's a former Qadi. You know, the Sharia court judge. He's a former Sharia court judge. He's retired. I would have joined him on this space to tell you the implication of voting a Muslim ticket in a country like Nigeria. He went out to almost all the Arabian countries, all the Islamic countries in this world. I sat with him together. We discussed. He pointed out so many things that if these things happen in this country, I don't think we'll have Nigeria in the next 4 years. How I wish he's here, he can speak to you directly. So this is a very, very important call to us that up to now they didn't started to go beyond media to started their call, because when they started preaching on their Jumaat, on the Jumaat sermons and so on and so forth, this is when people will start reacting. If you go to Facebook, if you go to Twitter, under all these posts, you'll see how Muslims are reacting. That all these things you are saying, we are not together with you. We are not behind this idea, because we voted Muslim in 2015. We voted we voted Muslim in 2019. What do we get? What do we get in northern Nigeria? We are the ones with heads out of school children, poverty, and everything. So this is a call that nobody should come, and will not allow it. We will not allow it. We will go to every extent. I have the capacity. I personally, I have the capacity to have a town hall with our own ulamas to educate people as well. That if you are now blindfolded by some people, you will answer it on the day of judgment, because one of the pillars, one of the pillars of Iman in Islam is to believe on the day of judgment. And on the day of judgment, you must be questioned on your character, on everything you have done in this world. Even the leader you are going to vote for, you have, for example, you have Ibrahim contesting, and you have maybe Benjamin contesting. Islam said if that Benjamin is more credible, he is more competent, he possesses all the characteristics of leadership, go for him, vote for him. Islam doesn't say you should vote that Ibrahim, even if you know that he cannot offer you anything. If you are a scholar, come to debate with me about this. I have all my proofs from the Quran and Hadith. There is nobody in this world that will say Islam encourages you just to vote for Muslim, even if he's not competent. So they are going to use this as a tool, and we are not going to allow them. They are trying to use media. We must use this media. It is very, very important. I'm telling you, people are not carrying this thing on their head. But if they go further, people will start to get this thing in their own minds. So we have this weapon at hand. We must go to radios. We must speak. We must speak. Go on live program. I told Saddam currently, do you know where I am? I am in Rijazaki. If you know Kanu, I am in Rijazaki. the center for the leader of Ahlus Sunnah wal Jama'ah of Kano, in person of Dr. Abdul Wahab Abdullah. I just came out to speak, and on this same issue, he said that he felt ashamed why some scholars are selling their own credibility, are selling their own reputation to go and support such a thing. Professor Abdullah Salah Pakistan, I went to his school. I memorized the Holy Quran in his school. No doubt, I have respect for him. But nobody can come and impose things that will damage this country as a secular state. He told me just now that he is not in support of this, and they will try as much as possible to educate people, because there's one prophetic hadith that Prophet Muhammad said, your iman, your faith will never be complete. It will never be complete if unless you feel, unless you like something for others as you like it for yourself. I hope you get me. So you know that if Christian ticket will happen in this country, you will not agree. So why will you impose Muslim ticket on others? You know you are not going on the right direction. You are just selfish. So this is a clear call. We must stand up, and as well our fellow obedients that are from the south. You have your own religious leaders. Call on them. Talk to your people that if Muslim ticket go in this country, there will be a major problem, a major problem in this country, because we must agree that this is a secular nation. This is what Sheikh told me the other time, that since when we agreed that we are going to stay together, Muslims and Christians, Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, Efik, and so on and so forth. So one day, we must agree to vote for a non-northerner and a non-Muslim, and it is not against the religion. This is the fact. Since we have already agreed to stay together, but now if you say, okay, everybody should go his own separate ways, this is something different. But we have already agreed. So you agreed to stay together. You must share equal responsibilities, equal opportunities. This is what Islam is calling. So, my fellow obedience, please and please again, Kano is very important. Whatever transpire in Kano, whatever transcend in Kano, whatever reflect in Kano, it almost reflect in other states in the north. And this thing started from Kano. Whenever it tries to its peak, I'm telling you, it is going to Jigawa, it's going to everywhere you feel. You feel. So now, what we need is, we must go to the radios live. We have scholars to discuss. We will invite scholars. We will have pre-recorded programs. We will have so many things to educate people that, look, don't go for this. It's a trap, because these people that went to this town hall, or what did you call it? They have already collected their money, and they will not give you a share. The rice that will go to buy in the market, there's no scholar that will give you any subsidy on that. We must stand up, and I'm very sure our people are much ready to accept this gospel, because nobody is even taking it on his head that Muslim, let me just go and vote for me. So they are trying by fire by force to put it in the hearts of the people, and will not allow it. We will not allow it. Let me tell you, a common northerner that maybe is in the village, for example. If you are going to campaign for him, if you say, okay, please vote Bola, he will start asking, is he a Muslim? This is the first question that you ask. Is he a Muslim? If you say yes, you say Kai, Bola, a Muslim. Because an average northerner, if you are not Hausa, speaking, he will just see you as, are you ill or not, So there's that kind of notion that I know right from inception when we were growing up, but things have started changing. So we must do this really if we want this thing to go straight and all right. And of course, I want to call on our southerners, on our southern obedience. you have pastors, you have GOs, and so on. I don't see any of them calling that they should stand up and do something about this. It's not about 4 years coming. It's about Nigeria. It's about Nigeria in the four in after 4 years of next administration, there will be another 4 years. So if you want Nigeria to continue, we must avoid all these things. Give these faiths equal opportunities, equal responsibilities. There's no Since we have agreed to stay together, we must one day, one time, the Muslim in Kano will go and vote for someone from the south, and a Christian, a Catholic, for example, and you don't have any option because he's the option available because of what he's the most competent. This is what we are calling. Obi is the most competent person. We must vote for him, whether we like it or not. This is what we are calling. Whether we like it or not, he is the most competent, and we must go for him. We must vote. We must vote for him. This is what Islam has preached to us, and this is what we are going to do. Islam doesn't say go for Muslim even if he's not competent. You know that me and you know that Tinubu is not competent. You know. Why are you campaigning for him? Why are you a real Muslim? If you are a real Muslim, the follower of the scripture, the follower of the hadith, you will not campaign for him because you know that he's not competent. Because this is not what your religion, that you are calling yourself a cleric, this is not what your religion calls you for. The religion calls you. Yes, Ibrahim His Abdul Karim is here. I'm very happy. He once posted something about Professor Ibrahim Makali, the chief imam of the National Mosque in Abuja. He once said similar thing. I I can't find the post, but please, Ibrahim, if you can find the post, please you can post it on the Jumble 20 for everyone to see. He gave this
I think
example.
I posted it. It's on my Saddam can go it down on my posting.
Okay,
So like
yeah.
you have it.
He's the chief imam of the National Mosque Abuja. He made mention that Islam as a religion has its own constitution, has its own scripture, and we follow the scripture. What did the scripture say? The scripture said that if you are there and you want to vote a leader, don't vote a leader because of his religion. No, religion doesn't count. What do you find in a leader is what is his competency, his credibility, his ability to give you justice and fairness. This is all what you need in a leader. Because there was a time, Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, there's one of his companions, and that companion, he want to become a governor in one of the caliphates of that time. So he came, and Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam told him, the Prophet told him that, look, I cannot appoint you as a governor in that particular place because I know that you are not competent. You are not competent. But I'm not denying you that you are a good person, but you are not competent for leadership. For someone to be competent is different for someone to be a good man. This is what we couldn't differentiate in Buhari. Buhari, they said that Megaskia. Do you know what Megaskia means? Yeah, he's honest. He's truthful. But we don't know that he is incapacitated in terms of leadership. This is what gave us this quagmire we are in. We couldn't differentiate. What we are looking in a leader is his credibility, his capacity to deliver. So, my fellow obedience, we must do this. And please, we shouldn't keep quiet on this. We must act. How are you going to act? We should not come on spaces, talk, and just go. We must take actions. We have the local media, we have the radios, we have everything. We must go to the radios and explain. Tell people, keep educating them. As they are doing it, we are doing it. Keep educating people that, look, this is not what Islam is preaching. We have scholars. We have scholars that are not supporting this. We must listen to them. We must give them their own audience to explain to people, for us not to get into this quagmire. And lastly, my fellow Christian obedience, just calm down. We will fight for you guys. We will fight for you guys, because I personally, I will never allow a Christian ticket. I will not allow it, because I'm feeling sidelined, and this is all what the Christians are feeling now. And nobody can point an accusing finger on you on why are you fighting for this. You have the right. This is everyone's country. It is for the Christians, it's for the Muslims, and why will you do this? So please, we must act, and we must get it right. We must get it done. We have less than 2 months to election, about 50 days to election, and this thing started to come up. I told Saddam the other time that I know this time will come. I know this time will go, because I'm together with so many scholars that go to my media, you will see me with all these scholars. You will see me with them. I know some of them, and some of them are very selfish of themselves, not because they are scholars. We must say the truth. They only care for their pockets, and this is not what it's supposed to do. So I yield my mic at this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my brother Abuki. Thank you, because I know you told me this, but I did not, honestly. I felt like we're just going to sit down and watch everything. We will play the politics of how that competence, and but it is good that it's happening right now. We're still going to we must, on our own part as the people, we must checkmate it. That's why we're starting up here. Definitely, you guys that control the narrative, that can help control the narrative. I pray Zaria Yusuf can come up here also. Please, we must have programs in the north that people just go out there and educate our people back there. But let me yield the mic to my brother Ibrahim. Ibrahim, thank you for coming. Guys, please, I'm trying to make sure I allow our northern brothers own this space first before I allow other person to speak. Every other person is going to speak, but let them own the space so that they can. And I want to have a feel of what do they understand? What are they saying about this? Let me know what our northern brothers are also saying. Ibrahim, please. Good evening. You're welcome to the space.
Good evening, Saddam. Good evening, everyone. It is a very sad story, and I'm so eager. I was rushing from Kaduna coming back. I just want to make sure that I meet this violence space today. Very, very important. I think one of the best, one of the most important space that we're supposed to be is today. Actually, I went to Kaduna yesterday around this time. I slept in Kaduna and then went for a TV program in DITV. And it's called Bangamo. It's an Hausa program. And it's listing, you can just use your small antenna, any antenna you have in your house, in your shop. Once you just are on to that distance, you can get the DITV. It's one of the most common TV watch in Kaduna. And also it's on StarTime, it's on DITV, in DSTV, and also it's on terrestrial in almost 54 countries in Africa. So it's a good avenue for us to talk. So today, one of the things that made me to go for that 2 hours is because of this, the video that I have seen, and also the Muslim ticket issue. I did on Monday last week, I did the TV English version of it, which a lot of people from the part of this video was not out then, but that was when I even make my post on the TOSIC ticket of APC and PW. If you check my listing, you see when I make this discussion, I said we should never allow that thing to happen. The way Aboki is telling you, a lot of ulama told me that we have to make sure that we stop this thing for our own future, not even for today, because it's not going to affect anybody today. It's going to affect us in the future. So what people are saying is that, for example, think of just example of Kaduna. Kaduna now that they have already done the Muslims together and continuation of the Muslims here, which is become even the reference point on that video. In one of the Sheikh video, I think it's Usman bin Usman. So this is something that it was not there before. We already have our many fault lines that anybody can use it to break this country. But God has been helping us to pass through all these things. They said Nigeria is going to cease to exist by 2015 because the system they created that time is that the North will vote Buhari, and then Jonathan will not concede, then we'll fight. By special God work it for us. Jonathan concede, and then Buhari become president. And everybody that have seen it clear, because God want to show us that your problem, you guys, is not the differences of your religion and your tribe. The problem you are having, you guys, as Nigerian, is that I want you to love yourself, because you are the most favored of all nations in the world because of what God has given to us. But I have to test you the way he tests Moses, Joseph, and other prophets. And the test he wants to give us, can we sit with all this number of tribes and nations? Can you sit together and help me build the world that I want to see? Can we have that world? Not it's just going to not be for Africa or for Black. I so much believe that Nigeria is going to be the beginning of the next world that we want to see. And because the talent, the raw materials, and any other thing that you want to see is already in Nigeria. And coupled with all the Nigerians in diaspora, bringing back all that's what happened to China. When China is coming back in the 80s, they are already all over the world. So it's easier for them. As they come, bam, China become the world leader. It's not even rocket science, because they have everybody elsewhere in the world doing a lot of good things. So it's just for them to come back. So what they want to create is that fault line. And they are supporting money every day from Nigeria. And I even tried to crack my head yesterday. Somebody spent a video. He's just trying to gaslight us, telling us that within all this chaos. And I see Obedience just looking at him like he says something. Somebody is saying this guy is making point. Which point is he making? Telling us that in all the midst of the chaos, because we are not proud of ourselves, we are not proud of Nigeria. Why will we be proud of Nigeria? When somebody is he's trying to explain to us that in this chaos we get the second Niger bridge. In this chaos we get the Dangote refinery. I said, is this person mad? This toll gate, this second Niger bridge you are talking about is going to be tolled for 40 years. It's somebody's money. It's not part of the 77 trillion that the debt that is already facing us. An average Nigeria is going to pay 200,000 of debt. And you're not telling me people supposed to keep quiet for what reason? So let's come back to this Muslim ticket. So the Imam was telling me, he said, for example, in Kaduna, assume now PDP won. Just give an example. This 2011 PDP win. So if PDP win, that means the deputy governor of the PDP Muslim candidate is a Christian. So if anything happened, this person died. Because we have a fault line already created by this Muslim ticket. Then somebody now, part of those people that want to be the fifth colonist for Nigeria to fight, now go and whisper into that guy's ears and say, you, what are you doing? Just get a Muslim from the northern Kaduna, so that you do Christian ticket. And he decided to go to Usasa in Zaria and pick his VP. The whole Kaduna will burn. So we created now, if we allow this Muslim ticket to take place, and then it happens after Tinubu finish, then another person is coming, then we allow this thing. And let me tell you even the more danger that you are going to see today now. Boko Haram and ISWAP, they are for Muslim Caliphate and for Muslim. Now you have armed them. You have given them all what they need to join these imams and keep giving us the fire. So now bombs will start getting bombs in churches, in other places, because they want to do Muslim jihad. Now you have given them what is not there. That's what we are saying. And I sent this thing to all the security people that I know. I said, how on earth, and not even us, even Tony Blair Foundation said one of the things, the dangerous things in front of Nigerians is this Muslim ticket. But people are not seeing it just something that this is a very, very toxic ticket. And we must do everything necessary, not because of us. See, I'm even asking somebody, how will we feel? What would we tell our children if this didn't happen today? In the next 30 years, in the next 40 years, these people are already old. They're all going to die very soon. What are we going to tell us? How do we allow this thing to happen? Somebody said, no, it's just about politics. No, you can't do politics with people's life. You can't do politics with people's future. That's not politics. Politics is about getting some dividend for people to move forward. It's not about him. Nigeria is bigger. There's going to be Nigeria after APC. There's going to be Nigeria after what do you call it? PDP. There's going to be Nigeria after Labour Party. There is going to be Nigeria after Saddam, after Cecil, after Ibrahim. What type of Nigeria are we going to give those our kids? Instead of them to be sitting down discussing about how they will go to moon, Internet of Things, how we are going to advance and be part of this global thing, they are going to sit down here and be talking about Christian, Muslim ticket. For what reason? This thing has been happening. It has been happening. Even I always tell you, even the so-called 1966, listen, that's the same thing that happened. They created that enemy, make able man do whatever happened, go back, fund the war. After the war, they kill Murtala. After killing Murtala, kill Radua. After killing Radua, kill Abacha. After kill Abacha, kill everybody. They went to Kano. They killed Jafar. They went to Zaria. They kill what's his name? Sheikh Albani. All what they want is for us to see us on the street killing ourselves. They just want us to kill ourselves. Today they bring a very toxic Muslim ticket. They're so much insisting that we must all die so that they can. I don't know whether they want to ship themselves back to Nigeria because they envy the weather that God has given us. Maybe they envy the raw material. Maybe they want to take the gas that we have. Somebody is even putting 4-kilometer pipe from our own distance and taking our oil. This is what they don't want us to see. In midst of everything they are stealing, in midst of this scale, they are just stealing our money. Look at Nigeria. A CBN governor will be looking for 20. He said that he spent 22 trillion. Did Nigeria look like a place that spent 22 trillion? In his budget today, CBN budget, he is spending his CBN budget 2.4 trillion. This 2023 budget of CBN, 2.3 billion. Who is he? Who is he? And now he went to court and said court should not bring him. DSS should not arrest him for sponsoring. Do you know even he's the ones they are the one arranging this Muslim because they have sponsored somebody? How will we know? You can do this kind of. And he told me, I'm out here with this video. We met in the Hilton here. So my friend Aliu Audu, he was now saying me, no, Tinubu is not even a very strong Muslim. Look at his house. His wife is even Christian. All his children is Christian. I say, Aliu Audu, you are not even listening. You are not even understanding what I'm saying. Let you open your ears. Clearly, let me tell you what I did. I said, we don't have this fourth line before. Somebody is creating this fourth line, and he's going to arm that fourth line. And he's a fifth columnist. And before you know, people will start to call this your ticket a jihad ticket. I don't know how you are going to handle it. Bam! The next day, this thing came out. I sent to him. I will share you our conversation. He said, Abdulkarim, I have never thought of this. Later, you will never think of it because you are blind. You are just thinking of what are you going to do with SE? What are you going to do? Absolutely, he's going to give you minister. Are you going to be a minister in a country where there is nobody, everybody is dead? Can't you just bring your man and think? So as Aboki is saying, there is nobody in the north, let me tell you, that will fall to this. They are useless, thinking of trying to blackmail us, use religion to tie us to somebody that we don't even know. We don't even know it. We have never seen him even pray. He cannot even recite Surah Al-Fatiha. He cannot even recite a one single this in the Quran. And now you now come and tell me he is Muslim. Muslim from where? From where? How did he become the Muslim that is going to even be? So somebody said, in that video, the guy was even saying that they are voting Muslim token not even because of infrastructure or to move Nigeria forward. They just want to win against Christian. Who says so? Who is he mad? I was so pained. I shared this into everybody that I know, all the Muslim clerics I know. I said, look at where we are today. How can we do this as a Northerners? How can we do this to ourselves? When did we reduce ourselves to this level? Just because of politics, you want to burn the whole country? Just because of somebody's... I even asked myself, one of my friends is a Christian, I sent it to him. He said, you know, he's over this thing. This is not what he wants to do. I will even show you Alancha's comment. I will show you a lot of APC's comment. When I send them to Christians, I send them this one. I said, how many times did I warn you about this your ticket? How many times did I warn you about this your ticket? Not Aboki, not me, not Zari. Anybody that is not, everybody knows that's why that ticket is going to. That's why that ticket is going to. At the end, they are going to cause confusion. They want to burn this country. And it's supposed to be, it's supposed to be an even national issue. This one's supposed to be a national security issue. This is supposed to be taken by Mr. President to bring down this ticket and disqualify this man. Because anything that is going to threaten national security, we have to take it with utmost responsibility. You can't bring something that you know is going to cause a lot of harms to Nigeria, not only today. Somebody was telling me, this thing has happened. There was a Muslim ticket during MQ Abiola. I asked him, I said, you are a mad person. During Abiola, do you have Boko Haram? He kept quiet.
Bro, right there. Oh my God.
Hello.
Go on, my brother. Go on. We lost you.
Oh yeah, somebody tried to call me. Yeah. So I asked him, did we have those clamoring for a jihad nation? Did we have them during the MKO? He said no. Then why are you bringing it? Now we are already on a threshold where there is a lot of what is called suspicions among the community. We need somebody that will come and unite us. That's what we are looking for. And I asked him, I said, okay, based on what happened in the 7 years of Buhari, in your own right senses, don't you think that is a need for us to shift ground as a northerners, for us to allow other people to participate, us and the Yorubas? I asked him, now today as we talk today, number one is Hausa, northerner. Number two is Yoruba. Number three is northerner from southeast. Number four is Yoruba. Attorney General is Hausa, and what do you call it? CGN, Chief Justice, is Yoruba. Keep counting and go. The time you will meet an Igbo man, it's like when you go down to like 16, 17. It's a common sense because we are here. We are here. We are together. It's not possible in your own house to cast one of your son or to cast one of your wife, and you said that person should not agitate. It's not possible. I was so mad when the people started calling, and we opened the phones after 1 hour of our discussion, and just a lot of people are making a lot of things. One horrible person call, and one of the things what the presenter said, he really enjoyed the way I tackle him. He said he's from Ongwa Sarki, and I know they have fear for Peter Obi, because Peter Obi said we have to forget about religion and thrive. How can somebody now come and tell Nigerians to forget about their religion and forget about their tribe? This person is supposed to go to jail. I said this, I just say, okay, let me just answer this man. I said, so this is what you think, that's what he's saying. We are talking about development, but in your own small head, you are thinking about religion. So you think that he's telling you to stop? Did you see him stop going to church, or did you see him to stop being a Christian? He is talking to you about development. We got politics of development. You are talking about, I say you are from Ngosaki, you are not even from village. You are talking from Ngosaki because you want to mix these things and push it into the head of northerners to show them that somebody is coming to stop this prayer. I said, let me give you an example. Some of the best imam that you appreciate today in the north are not even from Nigeria. For example, Mufti Megs. I say he's from Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe, no Muslim has ever ruled Zimbabwe, but he's a mufti, and all of you, he shine in front of you when it comes to Nigeria. I say all the clerics from England are far better than the ones we have here, based on what you are saying about them. And there is no Muslim has ever ruled England, but all of you respect them and know that they are doing their best in terms of go to America and see Muslim in America. There is no Muslim has ever become president of America, but we are Muslim is still flourishing. There is no any place is written that only when you have a president as a Muslim that is going to. And there was a Muslim in Christian president during Jonathan. There was Christian president during Obasanjo, and we all go to mosques and we all prayed. What are you talking to? What are we trying to tell us? They just wanted to use Dean and also just to confuse those that can be confused, and also to. But I can tell you, Ismail Isia, any other person that is a Northern Isia, he can tell you that they just want to use as the day they announced that Muslim, I said, this guy at the end of this thing, they want to use this ticket to blackmail people from the north. They want to blackmail us from the north. They want to use it just for politics. I'm telling you, and as we finish this election on that 21st or 25th of, as they win, they are going to scatter this one and start doing their own life. None of this imam can access to them, and they are not going to do one thing for Islam. That's not the bitter truth. So I think what Aboki is saying, we are going to fight them here in the north. We really want you to help us fight them too from the southern part of the country. We are not going to allow. We are going to talk to our Christian friends and said, you are still in APC. You. After they said that they are going to do jihad, even me, I'm not joining this jihad as a Muslim. I don't want the ladder. You as a confused as you are, but you as a Christian, somebody saying that you are going to come and now take your head off. You are even joining them. Me, it's not even my head they are coming for. Me, I'm not doing you are doing. That means your own madness. Past reach the one the way we carry you go psychiatric. Your own don't finish. Because you don't even know what I'm telling you. So if I even say Christian, me what I was saying, I just pity him. Even if you are going to be giving governor, forget about it, you are going to be giving central governor. Somebody is telling you, I'm bringing this party because all of you are useless. You now come and support him when you actually say it's just politics. So people feel like politics is just. I have never done politics for just. Because it's going to affect people's life. It's life and death. Anybody that comes in front of you and say it's just politics, just slap that person. There is nothing like just politics. Politics involves everything. The life of my mom, the life of my children, the life of my how I get married, what type of house I'm going to live in, which market I go to, is all involved this politics. So nobody should tell you it's just politics. Slap that person so that you can come back to your senses to understand that even the strike you see people is governance, is politics. The water that you don't have is governance. This lies they are taking is governance. The queue on this one is governance. It's all the product of politics. What you see on television, the DITB, the phone you have, everything is the product of politics. We can't mortgage it on the people that they don't even know they are left from their right. And nobody can come and now tell us this is about Christianity or Muslim. This is about our life. That's why I said this 2023 election is the turning point of this country. And we have to take it beyond Peter Obi. We have to take it beyond Labour Party. We want to survive. People are putting something that we would all die. That's what we're saying. We must survive. And for us to survive, we have to be on the street. We have to have an application that will put everybody together. We have to show our strength. There is no difference between Muslim ticket and a Muslim handing over to another Muslim. I don't see any reason. So that's why when Boala moved from saying he's angry with Tinubu because of Muslims, and he went to PDP, I said he's even more confused than all of them. Because as from there, he's supposed to say, I retire from politics. Or he say, I'm joining Labour Party. Or I'm joining somebody that is doing a balanced ticket. But he said, no, he's going. Now he's talking. You see him on television. I don't even know. He's not even ashamed of what he's feeling. I say, what is the difference? You are telling us, no, that one is arrangement of PDP. The next president after Jonathan is supposed to be. So you think that the other guy that I was even talking on Plus TV some 2 days ago, he was even telling us on Plus TV when we were doing this argument. He said, his party is not Nigeria. I said, that's me. You don't even understand what you are doing. Your party is Nigeria. It's Nigeria that is housing that party. It's not a Ghanaian party. It's not. It's a Nigerian. It's a Nigerian thing. Well, we listen to you because you are in Nigeria. If you are not Nigerian, we even know. Okay, go and bring Zano or anything and just bring and say you are going to contest. Put your poster and see if we are even going to recognize you. It's because of the Nigeria issue. After Buhari, any sensible party is supposed to say, okay, after this, we're supposed to move this thing to so place. And we have to create this kind of people that are going to contest. The reason is because we want a very nice transition. We want Nigeria to continue to be together. We want to have a country because a country come first. If we don't have a country, then any other thing is not going to work. So this is my pain. I'm really, really pain. I'm supposed to be in another meeting, but I said, let me just stay here. They're even calling me. But I really want to make this point, people to be very, very careful. We have to be very, very careful about this. And we have to say it. And I want us to see, even I saw Sahara Reporters has posted it today on their listing. But we have to go beyond that. We have to go to radio station and TV station. I know Yusuf is here, I'm here, Abuki is here, Ismail is here. We are going to go on. I'm already said I'm going to pay all this radio station and TV station. I'm telling you, I'm buying them myself. Nobody is even sponsoring anything. We are going to go on TV and television. And I'm going to challenge these imams. We're going to challenge them. We're not going to allow them to destroy this thing because of politics. Let me tell you, I asked somebody today when he make a phone call. I said, this meeting that they have done, this meeting that you're talking about, this video that is going around, I said, do you know how many people have been killed from 2019 today in the north? Do you know how troubled we are in the north? This imam has never sat one day to bring a force against this government and tell them we will not condone what is happening. Once they have not done, now politics has come, somebody throw money, all of them job. I even give an example. I said when Aswaju went to Kano, you gathered a very large crowd. What did he tell you? He said, I'm here to dance. I told him, do you know the reason why he said he's here to dance? He paid money and he has seen products. So it's his money. He knows that nobody does anything to him. He knows that everybody that is in that stadium, including your governors, are all being paid. So he said, I'm here to dance. Play me music. It's so painful in a state like Kano, where we have everything that we can be proud of. Is in Kano. Somebody to come to Kano, he is not going to tell us about the out-of-school children. He's not really willing to talk to us about why we are not having light. He's not going to tell us that it's so painful. Somebody should sit on top of Nigeria, on top of Kano, where I'm a very proud and tell us that he is here to dance. I feel like I want to die. I feel like I want to leave this country. What else will somebody do to you? Now, if it is today, it's Peter Obi that goes to Kano and say he wants to die, that the whole media and all the mosques they will enter. It's in Kano that if you even dance, his bag will catch you. Now the governor they tell us, say, may they play music for them, may they dance. He said, Auzu Billah, he said, Bismillah Rahman Rahim, Auzu Billah Min Shaitan Rajim. As somebody that is going to do anything, he said he's here in Kano because he wants to dance. And that kind of person that people will now come and bring to me and say that I should now. And now another tweet now, this guy is saying that he stopped him from bringing in drugs. So with all the things that is happening, with all the blah that he's doing, with everything that is showing to us, we just close our minds because he promised you essay, or because he give you money. You kill yourself, you kill your children, you kill your country. Haba. I yield my mic. Very angry.
Hi, my brother. Ah, Ibrahim, thank you.
You are obedient. I also you get this submission complete. I think of it.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you very much. You know, I cannot say enough thank you, because I feel like most times there are things you want to say, but you know how divided we are as a people. You now get to the point that you want to say this thing. You know this is the truth. You know what you're saying, you want to say the truth, but because of how divided, how polarized, nobody but politicians. See, Nigerian politicians, on a very normal day, supposed better for any one of you guys. You guys are wicked. You guys are just plain evil. You just make sure you know how to divide these people, keep them in abject poverty. We are not even talking about 133 million and just living in abject poverty. On a very normal day, we're saying this election is going to be, let's just take this in issue base. But no, we can't sit down and watch people like Tinubu go and pay and bribe clerics in the north to make sure that they start sending dog whistles out there right now. Let it be a Muslim. We're not even going to go on the Muslim ticket first. When we say, okay, let it just be, let Nigerians go out. But we're not rubbing it on our faces. going to pay clerics, calling us infidels. You haven't gotten to power, they're already calling us infidels. And some of our Christian brothers in the South. There was something that Boki said here. I want to reiterate this because I've never said this on any space. But I'll say it here, and I want Ibrahim to be here when I'm saying this. Because I grew up in the North. I grew up in Jos, and I witnessed the religious crisis in Jos. Not two. 2001, 2011, 2010, sorry. And in 2001, I remember something. When these extremists go in burning and killing, when they are killing Christians, they are killing minorities and the rest, when they are done killing Christians, they come for the Yoruba Muslims. I'm saying this that let not be like, say, I'm agitating. People that are here, that know, will come out and say it. So when you think that probably the reason why Bola Tinubu is not sellable in the North as a Muslim is because they don't even consider him Muslim enough. That's why he cannot even pick a Christian minority in the North. Abokina Giri said it here, that when you tell a normal northerner the name Bola, he say, which one be Bola? It is the truth. I did not say that. So I want you guys to understand what we're playing with. So if you think that it is in favor of you because it's from your tribe or it's from your religion, let us just set this country ablaze. If you
Please
give,
help me
you do
ask
your own turn.
Saddam, help me ask them, how does it favor them? Please let somebody directly tell me how voting for Bola Ahmed Tinubu as a Yoruba man favors you or as a Muslim. It's a simple question. I just need at least 3. Physically favors you, not Lamba. And then relate it to how
I want to understand.
Favor the people of Katsina and the Muslims there. Please help me.
Before 2015, Katsina was very, very safe. Katsina had no problems. But here we are today. Religion, these politicians will always go there and work for their interest. Whether it's a Christian, whether it's a Muslim, whether it's a traditionalist, if it goes the day after swearing in, they will drop their religion and go and work for their interest. But the problem is the people they empower and the precedents we're about to set. Because the moment you allow this nonsense now, I tell you, because no matter whether I like it or not, power has to go back to the North after APC, after the next 8 years. Whoever is in charge, whoever wins now, probably apart from PDP, that would not say, okay, let's take it back to the South. But right now, if it's APC, if it's Labour, whatever it is, whoever that wins next elections, it goes back to the North after 8 years. And from what they are telling us right now is that there's no Northern Christian strong enough to be deputy, to be vice president. So definitely in the next 8 years, there can never be any Northern Christian strong enough to be the next president. So immediately, that means the power is good. And imagine, look at the face of Shetima. So Shetima will spend 8 years as Tinubu's vice. And you believe in your crazy heart, in your crazy mental state, that after 8 years of Shetima playing vice for Tinubu, if you will not carry pillar and suffocate himself in office one day, Shetima will not come and wait. They will not say, let us take the presidency to another.
No, they think Shetima is Namadi Sambo.
Do you understand? Then that inadvertently was saying 24 straight years of Muslims being in the presidency.
Simple math. And this mathematics also happens if Atiku is there. Simple math.
Simple math.
8 years, 8 years not Muslim Buhari. Vice would have is South Christian. Now, if Tinubu then he goes to the South. Normally, that South is meant to be Christian South, Muslim North. Normally.
Muslim North.
Now, you can't go spoil the mathematics. We'll be saying if Shibajo had entered, it should have been a very easy Christian South. Or Peter Obi. You can't go spoil them now. Can't go collect Muslim South. So that's 8 years Muslim South to 2031. Then when you are done, it will go back to the North mathematically, Muslim North, because I know the North will not feel the Christian. You get, so it will not be Muslim North. So you are telling me 24 years straight of Muslim.
Then I come out and I'm telling you before. Then I'm telling you before Buhari came in that APC wants to Islamize Nigeria. You tell me how?
No. By that time, when IPOB starts saying, when the next Nnamdi Kanu will come up, You will say it's Igbo people. We are victim this thing. But you are there. Somebody said they want to Islamize this country, and you're not even using politics to calm this thing down early. You are calculating 24 years of Muslim rule.
24 years straight.
You know, when
of
I did
Muslim.
this mathematics for one Christian APC boy, the guy lost his mind. He said, N6, I didn't see it like that. I said, don't worry. So after Buhari, Muslim, you now put Tinubu. You like Tinubu, Sha, no wahala. You put Tinubu as a Yoruba boy. You are a Muslim. Then after Tinubu, he goes back to the north. Muslim north. So 24 years of Muslim. And out of that 24 years of Muslim, is 8 years of Yoruba Muslim, 16 years of... Is that a good calculation? Then you as a northern Muslim, after you chop 16 years of Islam, you now do the south. This one. Okay, so after 24 years now, a Christian will now come up. Christian South, but maybe that time it will be shame because you people will still have problem with Igbo man by then. If you're having problem with Igbo man in 2023, you have problem with Igbo man in 24 years from now is
2030.
Thank you. You have to 2047. In 2047, you still have problem with an Igbo man after 24 years of Muslim rule. You will still, because it will be Igbo man's turn after 24 years.
Then you now ask yourself, what is the Islamization?
No.
What do you think Islamization is? That they'll come to your house and carry this and say, what is Islamization?
And behead you when you become Muslim.
And behead you. No. Policies, you now go outside and ask, first of all, your country, you're under OIC, Organization of Islamic Nations. When you meet people abroad, they ask you, who is your president? Your president is a Muslim. For 24 years, you have a Muslim president, and you come and say, no, but my country is a secular country. You are a madman. Representation matters.
Even as a Muslim, you know that you don't want this for your country. You know.
Yes.
Because let me tell you something. Let me also promise you something. In this modern day of warfare, where people will rip their country apart for what they stand by, whether you believe is right or wrong, I'm telling you, a Christian warlord sect might come up in this country, united across southern Nigerian lines. Because you get where this Islamization, maybe around the 16th year, people I go come open. Then there'll be, God help us if there won't be one Yoruba version of Nnamdi Kanu and a South version and a Southeast version. I want to know, what will Northern Nigeria do that time? This Nigeria, is it that you people want it to be together, you people want to break it? Because I don't like the cowardice. What would you do that time? You're a Northerner, you're a Muslim. I ask again, you encourage Buhari. You didn't gain anything under Buhari. We all agree on that. Neither the North nor the Muslims gained anything under Buhari. The people that put you under 77 trillion naira debts didn't go and bring one young, bright person from their cabinet. They went and brought a man that even all the gods in heaven have united to embarrass this man in front of Nigerians. From Amadoha to Ogu, to everybody has united to expose this man, drug dealing, this one. Okay, now, if David Hundeyin was lying, Shey Atiku don't come and talk, say, I stopped Tinubu from importing drugs. David Hundeyin is lying, Arise is lying, Violence Space were lying. Is Atiku now lying? His friend. Is Atiku lying? And this is who you are still supporting. On his mandate, you are still standing. Where $280 million worth of cocaine disappeared in Nigeria. No wahala. The Igbos have a saying, abakota, you go a mile. Where you run, finish, you must check the mileage. So make Nigeria, maybe they run. We will check the mileage. But I promise you, you as a Muslim, I ask you, what have you gained by being a Muslim in Nigeria? You're supposed
let me phrase.
You are tortured as all of us. You are
better,
kidnapped as all of us. You are probably even more kidnapped than the Christians.
Let me phrase the
You
question.
probably have your you are more terrorized than the Christian South. So please, I beg you. Well, and I always tell people, look, you get where as a man, if you don't do things your way, finish, go marry wife. Make another person begin tell you waiting to do. If you do things your way, they work for you. At least go listen to another person. Wait till that person go tell you. Northern Nigeria has done.
Seems you're getting
and right now, I tell you,
well, I just want
it's Uhuru. Maybe at this point, they might have to sit back and let others tell them what to do for a few minutes. I yield.
Thank you. I just want to ask my Muslim brothers on this space. and probably those that will be listening from our radio or any other platform, please, will you stand a Christian president? Inside your heart, ask yourself this question. And in
Matter of
life,
fact, back-to-back Igbo president.
Saddam, that's too far. Would they let us replace the writings on the currency with, we should add Jesus to it?
You won't burn the country now. Just remove it. That's just to remove it. No add anything. Just remove it as a secular country.
Add John 3:16 or whatever else we want to add to it. But
or to the Nigerian military flag.
And do you know where this is even going? So let's say, God forbid, after Tinubu, do you think Ganduje will not want to become president? Ganduje might be in his 90s then, or whatever. How old he is.
If El Rufai does not smother everyone in their sleep.
I shot my head.
Nobody wants it worse than Nasiru.
Make me take speakers, man.
Yeah, please. I think let's have
a female. I think Mary has been on the stage.
Yeah. All right, Mary White, you have the space, please. 5 minutes.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear my voice?
Yeah,
yes, we can. Welcome.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Oh, happy to be here. I'm happy. I mean, it was kind of getting hot, and thanks Sabuki Nagari and Ibrahim for that wonderful submission. So I'll start by saying hi, Saddam. Hi, Otumba, my friend. How are you? Sizzle, wonder mother. Keep doing what you're doing. How are you too? So basically, why I requested the mic was when Atumba said something about someone saying it was blasphemy or whatever he was saying. To me, just it doesn't make sense, because I think we Christians, we need to stop. I'm a Christian and I grew up Catholic, and when I grew up, as we Catholics, we know, like, we were taught, like, you can never question whatever the priest says, but whatever he says is sacred, is by God, and we need to stop it. To me, it doesn't make sense, because if the pastors are seeing what is going on, if they keep quiet, God will not forgive them. Especially, we could all see where this country is going, and I think we should stop saying just only the G or the pastors, because the Catholics, they are also included. They should also and talk against what is happening in the country. And what I don't want us to, or people on the space, to think is that this is between Christian and Muslim, because it's not. Because the thing about it is that if you are for fairness, if you are for equity, if you're for justice, you can never ever support what APC is doing, or even PDP is doing. And this brings me to the question, which I would actually want the Abado people to answer this question. A few weeks ago, Saddam actually said on the space, when we all saw the tweet where someone came out and had 3 people, and for me, after, like, he had 3 people who he said he was going to report DSS. And when you look at those 3 people he was reporting, coincidentally, they were all from the South, specifically from the Southeast. And what did he say? He said these are people that are actually trying to threaten the unity of the country. Now, people, answer this question. Between those people, Saddam, the other 2 people who he wrote his name, who is threatening the unity?
Wow, I didn't know this. So Saddam and who?
It was Saddam. Stephen, is it Steve or someone?
Saddam,
and then another.
The real Emma, I think the real Emma and
Emma, yes,
German
Emma.
Prince or something.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
okay.
you have Saddam. These people are the people that are speaking power. Like, I think it would be Cesar that would say it. And they are telling you the truth. This is what's going on. And you have APC, who really doesn't care about the diversity of this country. We are a diverse country. Nigeria is diverse on religious, ethnic grounds. And you, APC, and I know there are guys that are listening. They are currently listening. Ask yourselves a question. You looked at the whole freaking nut. You couldn't see a credible Christian, and you picked the head of Boko Haram, Shatima, to come and be your VP. Now, if it's not threatening the unity of the country, I don't know what else it is. And you also went and picked someone from the South. Like, okay, let's talk about fairness, equity. You have the Southwest. Yes, everyone knows I'm an Igbo lady. I'm from the South. But if you are gonna be talking about equity, fairness, justice, this is Southwest is a region that has ruled us from a passenger of 16 years, and you now have the differently of 8 years. That's 24 of. To be talking the turn, it should actually be the Southeast's turn. But who do you go to bring? You go to bring guy from the Southeast, not even like the best, because we know we have good people, like more intelligent people. You brought us someone who's unintelligent, who can even make a full sentence. To like, I mean, when he goes on stage, you have people like Oshimole pointing to like paper, telling him what to say. I mean, is that really the best that we have in this country? And on top of that, you guys you have the guts to through your Brimo to set a Southeasterner is not even worthy to be president of this country. That for us to even dream of becoming the president, we have to first of all be a VP. I mean, that is, I don't know what insults. I mean, how much you can insult a region than that. So that means we're not. I mean, so we have to be a VP first. Then you give us a check mark first before you can even think about us having getting to the point of presidency. So if that is not disunity, I don't know what else it is. So when you guys should go Iguana or Iguando, whatever his name is, and Brimo, when you are trying to report people to the DSS based on the disunity or who is threatening, you guys are actually the ones that are threatening the unity of the country, because you cannot see past religious and ethnic sentiments. You are blinded by it. Because if we are truthful to ourselves, and we believe in the thing called one Nigeria, we should give every region equal opportunity. It shouldn't be a certain region should rule. And I don't get this bullshit, like, excuse my language, Atiku coming out and saying like, oh, that is the turn of the Northeast. What do you mean it's the turn of the Northeast? So that it means to cancel all the times that the northern people have ruled. So now you're trying to come up with a reason for you to come. And these people, you shouldn't forget, this is a guy who actually left the PDP, went out to support Buhari in APC so he could see another be the president. And he's now coming back to the PDP to hijack the party. And PDP has the nerve, the effrontery to come at us obedient, at us LP, to tell us that what we're doing is, you should go and be the opposition that you should always be, and leave LP alone. Because what we are in this movement is that we are for equity, justice, and fairness. And if you could see in this obedient movement, we are diverse. We have everyone from different ethnicities, tribes, religion, name it. And I think and I believe that this election will be won on diversity. And what do I mean? What I mean is that it's not going to be the norm anymore, where people will be like, oh, this is my person, I will vote. This is my religious person, I will vote. This time is a time that we have to put country first before anything else. And whoever comes in, whether you be a Christian, I mean, no Christian is more Christian than any other person. So to that person who put that tweet saying that what you guys are doing is blasphemous, I put it to him, how would he feel if the country is Islamized like tomorrow? And tomorrow, I'm not trying to put fear in people because I'm a Christian, but don't listen to me. Please listen to people like Lamine, who when she gave her submission. Please listen to Aboki Nagari. Please listen to Ibrahim, who just came before me. And these are Muslims telling you the dangers of this Muslim ticket. So this is not the time for Christians to stand on the fence. This is not the time for our pastors to stand on the fence, and include our Catholic priests, and not just the Catholic priests. I think other denominations, whether you're Anglican, Episcopal, whatever, atheist, whatever, even if you're a Madhyahar, if you're a native doctor, it is not the time to stand on the fence, because the unity of of our country. This is now that we need to protect the country, bring it at the precipice of what is going on, because we could see that it's about to fall off the fence, and we need to bring it back. And like I've listened, and you've listened, and you know that in 2015 they had given the country that time to actually break up. But what happened? As God will have it, we had someone in the name of Jonathan who actually made sure that it didn't happen, and that's why we still are a country today. And please, we should not let that happen. We should not let whatever they said come to fruition. We should all come together and work as one to ensure that we still have a country to come to. And I guess on that note, I would say to that person too that made that tweet, please spare me your sanctimonious act. This is a time to act, and we should all stop being politically correct. This is a time to come out and say what it is, and say it as it is, and just stop beating corners, because at this point in time, this is a time that we need to be truthful to ourselves, speak the truth. And I need to reiterate what I said before. It is not a fight between it shouldn't be a fight between North and South, or Christians and Muslims. That is not what it is. Because I know is the next thing that the imams are going to do is just try to make it seem that way. It is not. What it is that we are fighting for the soul of this country called Nigeria, and this is high time. And it doesn't matter if it's whoever is going to bring us out or save us is a Southeasterner by the name Peter Obi. And I think people should start getting used to that name, because I truly believe in my heart of hearts that he will be the next president of the country. So get used to hearing that word Peter Okute Onwabwase Obi as the next president of our great country, Nigeria. And that note, I would say, people, please go pick up your PVCs, because I was watching a video where I don't know if it was Labrador or PD.
Mary,
They
don't
are
talk for like
lesbians.
11 minutes. Mary,
I did. Oh my! I've never ever talked, but I will end. We need to go and prove these people wrong. I mean, I could use words, but it's not in me to curse, and I will never curse. I will never let go of what I believe in just to make a point. I believe that we should all go out there, pick up our PVC, stick it to them, especially the youths, because they think that on that day you're gonna be at home, you're gonna be watching TV, you're gonna be playing games, you're gonna be doing all over other things they think you're gonna do. Go pick up your PVC, no matter how long it takes. Be determined, get it, and stick it to them. Tell them yes, that you can do it, and you have the power to do it. And if we do it this time, we will be a voting bloc that they will have to deal with come next election. So on that note, I would say God bless everyone. And sorry, Otumba, I have never spoken 11 minutes on this space, and I apologize. On that
You
note,
nailed
God
every
bless.
single second of it. Thank you.
God bless
thank you.
everyone, and have a great weekend. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, Mary. Let's go to I know I think Ibuka has been waiting for a while. Ibuka then
I
from
think
Ibuka.
Ayodeji next. Ayodeji
Yeah,
then
no, sorry,
Ebuka.
I did Ibuka, then we'll go to after Ibuka, go to Charlemagne. Hey, Salamander, sorry. Okay, all right, go. I did go ahead. 5 minutes, brother. How you doing?
All right, thank you very much. How many minutes, please?
Let's do 5 minutes.
Otumba,
Let's
can you
have
hear me?
5 minutes
Yeah,
now,
five
but
Okay,
minutes.
he's
thank
our
you.
chairman now.
But we
All
are
right, thank you
chairman.
very much.
Southwest chairman.
No, I'm not a chairman. Okay, so to start with, I want to give say a big thank you to Saddam, Otumba, N6, and all the speakers who have actually shared from their wealth of wisdom today. And of course, all the speakers that are here to talk, thank you. And of course, all our esteemed listeners. Okay. Truth of the matter is that this conversation and this topic is a topic that's quite sensitive, and I understand that. And honestly, it is nothing new. It is not a new conversation. I can say for a fact that hardly will a day pass, even though there's no data to actually back that up, that you won't have group of people, friends, families, having to talk about this issue. This issue of the Muslim
ignore the 50-50 rotation in Kaduna and pick a Muslim person. So the truth is there for us to see it. Each and every one of us, both Christians and Muslims. The truth is there for us to see. We don't need anybody to preach it to us. The dangers are real. The dangers of this jihadist ticket is real. And again, the Muslim ticket is not only Bola Ahmed Tinubu and Kashim Shettima. It's still moving from Muhammad Buhari to Atiku Abubakar. The same Muslim ticket. That is the same thing we're talking about. If you check Atiku's antecedent, you will understand that there has been accusing fingers on this guy, that he has been the person sponsoring this marauding herdsmen. There's been a lot of all these stories flying around. And so you see what we are going to, everything that we have suffered under this Buhari's government. Do you want to repeat it with Atiku? Because we know he's going to continue on that trajectory. We know that based on his antecedents. So look, all I can say right now is the pastors down the south. If you can form a political wing of the church because you thought that Vice President Osibajo would have clinched the ticket of APC, why have you decided right now, because he didn't get it, why did you decide right now to stop everything that you were doing? Why? Because it's no longer somebody from your tribesperson. It's no longer somebody from your church. Is that why you are feeling indifferent right now, even in the face of this jihadist ticket that is coming from APC? Why? Don't you have conscience? You preach the word of God, but actually practice it is a problem. Don't you have conscience? Don't you have feelings for those that are being slaughtered every single day in Southern Kaduna? Don't you have feelings? What do you preach to your congregation if you don't have the courage to stand for even the Christians that you are preaching to? You don't have the courage to stand for them. You don't have the courage to say, this is wrong. Why are you indifferent? Why are you indifferent in the face of subjugation of the people that you claim to protect? Why are you indifferent? This message goes to all the GOs and all the pastors down the south. In fact, the pastors that are actually speaking for Christians right now are pastors from the north. The southern Christians, the pastors feel as if it doesn't concern them. You feel what happened in Owo cannot happen in South, cannot happen in Southeast, cannot happen in Lagos? Is that what you think? That what happened in Owo Catholic Church cannot happen in Lagos? It cannot happen in Ogun State? It cannot happen in Osun? Is that what you think? If you don't know how these jihadists operate. If you don't know now, go and read books about jihad. You will understand how these people operate. And so if the church does not rise up right now to stop it, it's going to consume every single person. The church has to rise up to stop it. If we don't rise up to stop it, it's going to consume every single person. And I'm sorry for our Muslim brothers. I don't mean to sound this way, but sometimes we need to tell ourselves this uncomfortable truth on what is going on in Nigeria. Because those that are dying, because we don't feel the pain, and then we feel indifferent. Just imagine yourself, for those that are from Southern Kaduna, what they are going through every single day. Mass burial every week. Mass burial every week. What is their sin? Because they are Christians. What sin have they committed? Because they are Christians. Benue State, the same thing. Everywhere around the country, you see this Christian subjugation. What is their sin? Because they are professing their faith. You can't see that done any other place. We have Muslims here in the US. Nobody subjugates them. You are free to practice whatever you want to practice. And we say Nigeria is a secular state. We say Nigeria is a secular state, but people are not free to practice their religion. person here that is a Christian, you attend one of those GO's churches. I think it was Saddam that said it. If you cannot go to your church and tell your GO to the face, take a stand on what you believe in. This is time for us to take a stand as Christians. We must stop this jihadist ticket. We must stop it. Every single thing within our power to do, we have to do to stop it. If we want Nigeria to continue to stay united without breaking down, then this ticket has to be stopped. Thank you so much. I use the mic for now.
Thank you very much, my brother Savik. Thank you very much. Thank you. Just remember, someone just brought it to my notice right now that and the UAE government accused some Nigerian officials of sponsoring terrorism. If you guys can remember that, if you can remember UAE.
Yes.
Yeah, they accused some officials of sponsoring terrorism in Nigeria, and since then, when it's like when I say somebody accuses you of being a criminal and you have everything to prove yourself. Say, I'm not a criminal, though. Somebody says, okay, I have proof to show that you're a criminal with evidence. Your friend is a criminal. It's not your friend is a criminal. You have, and I'm showing you proof with evidence. You have every right to dissociate yourself from that friend and say, no, I'm not the one who is my friend. See my friend. You now go on to cover that your friend. UAE have said that we have given Nigerian officials the names of these people. And Nigerian government since then till today have not said anything. We have people that enable the corruption happening in Nigeria, the killings across the country. There are people that benefit from it. But they max it beyond religion and ethnicity because they know every freaking time they throw the religion up, we are going to fall for it. Our generation has to stand and do better. We have to understand that a man coming out and saying, I represent the Christian faith, it is for his own selfish interest. The Muslim ticket from APC, it is not because of Muslims. It is because of Tinubu's selfish interest. It has nothing to do with Muslims. It will not stop Boko Haram from killing Muslims and Christians tomorrow. It will not stop it. But they're going to ride on the emotions of the Muslims. And our job here is to open up our brother, your eyes. Please understand that Tinubu and Shetima do not freaking represent you guys. If Tinubu was strong enough, he would have picked a Christian northerner. It is all politics for these people. But we have to understand as the people that politics is beyond winning an elections. We have the country to save. Before I think you're going to take the next queue of speakers. We have exhausted the first round, so I think you take the next queue of speakers.
Yeah, let me start.
But before then, I just want to play. I just want to indulge with a minute or so. Let me play a clip. Someone sent me a clip. I think I want to play a clip of a top retired security operative of the country.
The fact I have laid bare is from the I have laid bare. You see, one thing I discovered in this country is that when it comes to religion, everybody is very sensitive. But the fact I have laid bare is from the experience of 35 years of military intelligence. So I'm not coming to the air to whip up sentiments, no. I have been in the system. I work with Abacha government. I work with the Babangida government. I work with Abdul Salam. I work with Yar'Adua Obasanjo. As a core insider of operations, I belong to a group of people that you are not supposed to see, people that you are not supposed to hear, because we have 3 classes of military officers. I belong to the worst group. I lost my family because my family does not have to know where I have been, where I have gone, and I cannot talk. I've seen Kololo here, I've seen Stan Lambo. Some of us belong to that group that we are not supposed to be seen, and we are not supposed to be heard. The truth I'm telling you now is not about sentiments. Is that there are a group of people in this country that feels that this country should be Islamized. This is a fact. I say you want me to start mentioning names of people in this government that we have interrogated. I was a member of an interrogation team, and I've interrogated a very high-ranking member of this government in 2007, 2008 on the issue of Boko Haram. I interrogated him. He's in this government right now. And what was the issue? Boko Haram.
Otumba, please bring our next speakers up. Otumba, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you so much. Okay. So we'll start with I'll go daring, I'll go end bad politics. We'll go to Madam Bolanle, we'll go to Patrick, and then Anatu, and then Prince. So during 5 minutes, thank you.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Saddam. Good evening, Otumba, Sizzle. Good evening, everyone. Ibrahim, been a while. Okay, so the Muslim ticket. I completely align with what Ayo said, Mr. AY said earlier, Ayodeji Wumi. But as flawed as our current constitution is, as flawed as all that we're practicing is right now, there is no justification in the world for a same faith to same faith transition, from a Muslim to a Muslim transition, or a Fulani to a Fulani transition, or a Muslim ticket, a joint Muslim ticket. There is no, yes, the country currently would not, at least the way we are operating Nigeria currently, you probably, if we continue talking about religious and ethnic lines, we probably would not be able to fully practice fairness, equity, and justice. But as bad as it is, there is no justification in the world. Because how would you say a country of over 200 million people that is more or less half and half does not have a single Christian that can be on that ticket, that is competent enough? If you are saying that there is no single Christian in the North that has the political strength to be able to win you votes in the North, then that in itself is a problem. Because we need to start wondering, why are the Christians in the North so marginalized that there is no single Christian in the North that has that pool to be able to give you votes from the North? And we should start investigating that. And there's no way in the world you can explain a Fulani to a Fulani transition. Like, how? Like you said earlier, N6, we have over 250 tribes in Nigeria. Was it N6 or Saddam? We have over 250 tribes in Nigeria. Like, we complain a lot about how, the current situation in the country was caused by the generations before us and their lackadaisical attitude and the things they allowed. How in the world would we allow this insanity? How would we explain it to our children that somehow you watched and you voted a Muslim ticket? Whatever comes out of it, how would you tell your children that you were part of that? How? How would you explain to your I play mental games a lot and I try to imagine a lot of things. I can imagine myself in my 80s talking to my grandchildren and my great-grandchildren. I cannot imagine saying that I supported this insanity. I can't. How would we allow that? And I always say something. You see Southwesterners that are very in support of this ticket. In the Southwest, you would mostly find these BAT supporters. They are more, the percentage of them are more in Lagos and in Ogun. Because they are not, like I try to say, or I like to say sometimes, the border states. You see the border Southwest states that have had issues with killer headsmen in the past 7 years. It would be hard. It would be very hard to convince someone from those states that this is the next best thing to do. Because it's not even about just the person on the ticket. It's about the boldness it gives certain people. This is a country where you've not allowed some things. Some people already feel like they own everywhere. they are trying to push a water resource bill that we all know is practically the end of owning your own land in your different regions, who have not voted a Muslim ticket. Like, think about what that would do if we manage to vote this Muslim ticket. I bet you within the next 6 months, that water resources bill will be passed. If we manage to vote this Fulani, if we allow this Fulani translation, it is in the first 6 months, it would most likely be passed. And we do not know the kind of bills that will be proposed to Nigerians. Like, really, we cannot allow this travesty to happen. We cannot. I'm a lady, and even for Muslim ladies, the please NTX help me. I forgot quite now. Taliban in Afghanistan that are stopping the young women now from going to school. Do they separate Christian women from Muslim women before telling them not to go to school? That is what you would empower when you do this. No, God, this must not be allowed to happen. We're going to regress. We're already performing terribly in like adhering to human rights. We're going to regress so much in that. Like, as it is now, it's not even good enough. We now want to allow a ticket that promotes injustice. Yes, the Constitution is not good enough as it is, but even with what we have, at least let's manage it. The Constitution as it is preaches some sort of equity and justice. The little that it preaches, let's still follow that one first. Because if we do otherwise, then it means that by ourselves, we have decided that we want the unity of the country to just be a thing of the past. And how many people will survive it? And if Nigeria crumbles, it won't just be Nigeria. We would probably take the entirety of the West African region along with us. It's beyond us, guys. This really must not be allowed to happen. So that's what I want to say. Thank you, guys, and have a great space.
Thank you, Derry. Let's go to End Bad Politics.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, my brother, I don't think I don't hear you for space, so welcome.
I just say, man, calm down. Good evening. The reason why I requested for the mic was partly Ayodeji said a whole lot that I wanted to say, right? This is what APC and Tinubu want. They want to box us into the corner of talking about Muslim tickets and all of that. Like what Ayodeji said, the way the country is structured, for example, now me, I'm from Delta State, right? Somebody from Delta State to be president, it will be difficult because we are considered minority. And like what Ayodeji said, if you want to talk about justice and fairness, you also even in Edo State, you have Muslims. Take, for example, now Aisha Yusuf, that is following Peter Obi. She's a Muslim from Edo State. They have Muslims in Edo State. Somebody like that, it will be difficult for them to be president. So we shouldn't play along that line. Me personally, what equity, justice, and fairness represents is all about the personality. If we are talking about justice, we should have justice for the poor, those that are suffering. Even if you are looking at the Muslim ticket, what is the personality of Tinubu? What is the personality of Shetima? That is where we now questioning those clerics that are supporting that ticket. We should attack them from. You, the cleric, you are supporting a drug lord. Does your religion, does your Muslim religion encourage you to support a drug lord? Or does your Muslim religion encourage you to support a known terrorist? That is the angle we should come at them from. It is the personality, not about so much about the religion. If the person that is running has a personality or a track record of equity, justice, and fairness, then fine. Because that is what Nigerians looked at in 1993 when it came to Abiola. Abiola ran on a Muslim ticket and Nigerians voted for him because they felt that this man is a nice man. His charity goes round all the regions. He was charitable to all the regions. He was not selective. Not somebody like a Tinubu that is virtually a bigot. So, and I think that this is what Peter Obi saw coming. And Peter Obi kept on saying, as a smart man that he is, don't vote for me because of my ethnicity. Vote for me because of who I am, because of my track record. That is where we have to now look at fairness, equity for ourselves as Nigerians. Is it just for you as a Nigerian to put the poor through another 8 years of suffering? Not necessarily because of Muslim ticket, but the personality. I'm talking about all these other Christian leaders that are not talking. For example, I'm a Catholic. And again, Peter Obi saw this happening. Because even within the Christians, and I feel that is what Tinubu looked at and made him wanted to even take the risk at all with Muslim ticket. Because within Christians, there's no strong unity. Most of all these pastors you are talking about, they are Pentecostal pastors. Let us be honest with ourselves. I know very well that they will find it difficult to come out to fully back a Catholic. That's the truth. That is the honest truth. Even within us Christians, are we truly unified? The answer is no. And again, that is why Peter Obi saw all this coming. He said, don't vote for me because I'm a Christian. Because he knows very well that within the Christianity in Nigeria, we are not truly unified. There's even fault lines. And you go here with all these pastors, most of all these pastors, they're after their pockets. Do you think if Peter Obi enters there tomorrow, he's going to give them offering? He's going to give them tithes? He's not going to do that. Is he going to give them first fruits? He's not going to do that. And that is where we now, Christians, attending those churches, we are now going to attack our pastors. Because now it is very clear that these pastors are not after the poor. Because if they are after the poor, they will go for somebody that can rescue this country. No. They are after their pocket because they know that somebody like Remi Tinubu will keep on giving them offering and tithes. But they will not get it from Peter Obi. They wouldn't. So you don't expect them to support Peter Obi. And that's why you see Peter Obi being very smart. He aligned himself to the ordinary Nigerians. He did not align himself to Khan or align himself to, I want to fulfill Southeast ambition. No. Because he knows very well that if he does that, he will fail. So it is now left for the Muslims to look at your Muslim cleric telling you that you should vote a Muslim ticket. It is not based on religion. But what is the personality of the man? Is a drug addict. Is a drug baron. You look at Shetima. Shetima is a terrorist. He has been killing even Muslims. This terrorism does not differentiate between Muslim and Christian. So now that cleric, that Muslim cleric that is telling you to vote a terrorist and vote a drug baron and vote a corrupt man in Atiku, is that what your Islam is speaking about? What we are going to entrench in this country, to me, is not Islamic. If it's not an Islamization of Nigeria if we vote APC. To me, what we are going to entrench in this country is bad governance. Because it basically means that you can go there for 8 years, rubbish the economy, and they will still vote you again. Like I've been saying since last year, APC and PDP, these are two demonic parties. So what we will be doing is entrenching demonic parties. Because even if you look at these men closely, they worship different gods. They do all this sacrifice. All this religion that they do openly is just for show. They belong to cults. All these politicians, look at, they belong to cults, both the ones in the north, both the ones in the south. That is the truth. When you see them, they go to the mosque, you think, oh, they are this, they are nothing. They are cultists. Majority of them, they are cultists. So what we are going to entrench in this country, if we are, just imagine somebody that is as sick as Tinubu. That is what the Muslims should be looking at. That if your Muslim cleric cannot have pity on you, on your suffering, is not telling you to vote for somebody that is as sick as Tinubu, then we don't know where we are going in this country. PDP failed us for 16 years. APC failed us for 8 years. And you want to entrench another APC again, then that is what we are entrenching. To me, that is the angle the Muslims should attack it from. That is the angle the Christians should attack it from. Because like I said, whether we like it or not, we cannot get it 100% fair in this country. And if you are talking about Muslim always, somebody like Aisha Yusuf, that she's a Muslim, she will feel in a way you are attacking. But no, we are not attacking your religion. What we are attacking is that the Muslim clerics are criminals. Just the same way you have the Pentecostal pastors that are criminals, because all they are after is tithes. The Pentecostal pastors, they know Peter Obi will not give them tithes because he's a Catholic. That is the truth. They know. So you as a Christian going to those churches, it should open your eye. And those people that have been saying the Catholic Church has been speaking. Bishop Kuka in Sokoto, he has been talking on behalf of Catholics. Bishop Kuka has been crying. If you go to parishes, my parish, they are talking about collecting PVC every day. Last week, Sunday, our parish priest said he went to the place in Ajayi, collected his PVC and all those things. They have been speaking, they've been talking. You know? So these people that are not talking, this because they are gaining from the system. Yemi Osibanjo is paying tithes. Remi Tinubu will continue from where Yemi Osibanjo will stop. That is the fact. So if you are a Christian, right now what you should be looking at is that your pastor is a corrupt criminal. It's the truth. Because I see no reason why somebody
brother,
will
30 seconds.
Huh?
I said round up in 30 seconds, brother. Go ahead.
Okay, anyways, that's just what I want to say. So that's the angle I want us to look at the issue from. That these people are criminals. Because there's no justification for you as a religious man or woman to be promoting a drug baron and a criminal and a terrorist. Thank you.
Thank you again about politics. I'm going to Madam Balanli.
So, good evening, Saddam, Otumba Sizzle, everyone on the speaker system, everyone hearing my voice. This is a difficult topic. It will always be a difficult topic, but I think the junction at which we have arrived, we cannot but talk about it. When we came to live in Nigeria, I had a funny dream. Well, it wasn't funny because I was terrified. In that dream, I saw Christians being lined up and slaughtered. I told my mom was like, we have just come from a civil war. She does not think there will ever be a time where we will allow religion or ethnicity divide us. I forgot about that dream, but at the height of Boko Haram, my mom reminded me. She was like, at the time, it just seemed like this is something that will happen in the Beirut, Yemen, and all the countries who are still are still torn apart of the because of religious division. Right. I come from a Muslim family, right? And not a nominal, like a proper where, my forebears were imams. They've in Lagos State they have been chief imams. But at the same time as they embraced education, they got to a point where they became liberal. So a lot of my generation, my mom converted to Christianity. My dad remained a Muslim till he died, so he was an Alaji. At some point, I started studying the Quran, although I am a Christian, because when I have conversations with people, I always want to go from a place of knowledge. And one of the things that I know for a fact is what those Muslim clerics are doing, it goes against Islam. And I'll explain to you. To vote for a Muslim that you know is of good character, is of bad character, right? Who is unjust, who is corrupt, who is unethical, right? Means that you're picking loyalty to a fellow Muslim over loyalty to Allah, right? You can't put it any other way, right? At the end of the day, a person, right, who embodies the principles of Islam, whether they're Muslim or not, right, will be in better stead than a Muslim who is not a pro-Muslim, who misbehaves and does all they do. What these Muslim clerics want to do is cause, a wider break between Muslims and Christians, because what they're doing isn't is haram. It is not acceptable. Those who want to use Islam to divide us, cannot consider themselves as being true Muslims. There's no two ways about it. I am angry. I'm very angry because there are certain agendas that if we fail to talk about them, people who, kind of are looking at politics, right, we'll all find ourselves in a mess. We will find Nigeria at war. We will become Iran. We will become Iran that, executes protesters. We will become, the Taliban in Afghanistan, where, women are no longer able to go to school. Boko Haram means no, they're Western education, they're against it. And so there's a section of the North who have that Wahhabism kind of a mindset, and their mindset does not sit well in a democratic dispensation. It doesn't align in any way, shape, and form, which is why it always should be rejected, because it does not promote development. It doesn't promote progress in any way, shape, or form. When Atiku got the ticket, I kind of sat back and I said to myself, hold up, So we're going to go from a Fulani to a Fulani in a country as fragmented as ours. How does that even make sense? The political class sat down one day and decided that one way of keeping things calm in a country is for political power to go from the south to the north and back to, from north to the south. So how come they're doing this? And then when
Bolani, can you wrap up in 30 seconds, please? Thank you.
so when Tinubu got the ticket and then he chose the worst possible Muslim, somebody that allowed girls to be kidnapped, somebody that has been called a sponsor of Boko Haram. The country is already on its knees. I don't get those that are from the south that are supporting, or you're a Christian that you're supporting. It doesn't talk about justice in any way, shape, or form. It just pretends as a very, very dangerous time for us as Nigerians. When they talk about the persecuted church, Nigeria is in the top 10, particularly in the north. We're seeing Southern Kaduna and you're not scared. What is this? We are the second most terrorized country as at this moment, and you're not scared. You would have a Boko Haram apologist as a vice president. Come on. Or you Atiku that's been fingered as a sponsor of Boko Haram as well. You want that? I don't get. This is beyond politics. This is about the future of Nigeria. People need to wake up. And as for our pastors and reverends and everyone else, right? You won't be able to collect tithes from dead people or for people who have nothing to eat. So I'm not sure why you're not talking out now. Anyway, I know I've run out of time, so I'm just going to leave it there. Thank you. I yield the mic.
Thank you so much, Ma. Let's go to Patrick. Patrick, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And it's always a pleasure to speak at your spaces. But yeah, to the topic, I'd just like to take us a bit back because we don't seem to realize that we have faced a similar issue in the past. And as a lawyer, I would refer us back to the 1979 Constitution drafting days. At the time, when the 1979 Constitution was being debated, there was this whole issue of religion came up, and there was an insistence on implementation of Sharia provisions at the national level. Now, what is very key in these discussions was that a lot of Muslims walked out of that conference, most notably Sheikh Shagari. However, what is noteworthy was that there were Muslims, large number of Muslims that stood up, at that time, large Muslims from especially Yoruba extraction, stood up and opposed those that insistence on those implementations. They cited the fact that we are multi-ethnic, and there has to be considerations for the other groups. They also cited provisions in the Quran that made reference to justice and fairness and all of that. And at the end, we were able to achieve a consensus, at that time, which led to the drafting of that law. And I don't really see any difference in present day society. At that time, you had the our generation, those intelligentsias, they were able to analyze things critically. They looked above religious and ethnic sentiments. I think that the The problem is that we have abandoned our intelligentsias. We have abandoned, those philosophies, the Awu philosophies, those philosophies of old. We have abandoned those intelligent arguments for logic. You hear those arguments of, well, but if they not pick not a Southern Muslim, then those math, the North would not vote this one for. That is what these conversations have been reduced to. The greatest enemy, of which the military governments attacked at the time was the intelligentsia. Remember that when Babangida took charge, the first thing he did was to ban former leaders. So ousting all those intelligentsias we had, from contesting. That was the first step at watering them down. Remember that the attack at that time was against our student union governments, because at that time it was the universities that were pulling out and bringing out all those intelligentsias, and look at the current situation we are at now, those logical arguments. But I digress. Let me look at this from a legal perspective. We should desist from making more moral-based arguments, right? So the section 14, if you have your constitution, when you look at section 14, sub 3, it says any composition of the government must observe federal character in such a way that will protect national unity. So anybody that is trying to form a composition of government from a political party perspective must adhere to principles of federal character. And the bigger question is that, has the Muslim ticket, has the Fulani ticket, have they complied with these provisions? If you want me to read those things, I can, but I wouldn't go into that. Now let's look at the PDP constitution. Article 7, sub 3, B and C. It talks about promoting mutual respect and understanding of religious and ethnic and cultural diversity in Nigeria. It also talks about the adhering to the policy of power rotation and zoning of public elective offices in pursuance of the principles of equity, justice, and fairness. Now, let's go to the APC constitution. In the APC constitution, Article 7, 1 and 2 talks about promoting national unity, the first one. The second one talks about the promotion of true federalism. If you go to Article 24E, I think this space is recorded, so you can go back and look at these things and verify them. It talks about upholding principles of federal character, gender balance, geopolitical spread, rotation of offices in such a way that would ensure balance. These things are, what are we if we are not a people of laws? This is the constitution I read, and the PDP and APC constitutions. Why are these things not followed? This even means, in fact, it also even means that El Rufai, the whole Muslim ticket, of which was fielded in Kaduna, contravenes the APC constitution. Why don't we have a lot of people that are speaking up against these things?
My brother,
Now,
30 more seconds. Go ahead, Patrick.
Otumba, just give me a bit, because these are legal things. These things trump moral arguments. Just give me a few extended.
Please give him extra 2 minutes, please.
Now,
2 minutes.
the thing that we look at our laws, but the bigger question is, why were those laws made? That is the bigger question. There's reason behind why these laws were made. The action is the law. The mens rea is the reason behind those laws. When the PDP were forming this constitution, you need to go back and look at the debates that were had in 1999. Remember that the PDP was inclusive of all ethnicities in Nigeria. Hence those provisions. And at that time, You know, the PDP, in fact, they set up a committee to look into that and to draft that law. You know, the reasons was that we were a very multi-ethnic and diverse state that deserved equal representation. A second reason was that we were a fragile nation which required diversity and inclusion to keep it intact, meaning that once those things are not adhered, it threatens the unity of the country. These are what experts that drafted these laws were saying as the reasons behind that. I think we don't understand that laws are not just put there. There are reasons. And it seems that some individuals are playing with these threads that bind our national unity. You usually hear issues bordering on competence. Obasanjo, the former president, also said this, that the competence argument that people are using is just a means to justify unjustifiable appointments and selections. He even said that you can find genuine competence in any region of the country. If we remember the Obasanjo administration, we would remember that largely it had a larger inclusive nature of the country. Now, I would land with this. See, we seem to not remember that the Middle Belt is the only part of the country that we have had Christian and Muslim conflicts. Now, in those Christian and Muslim conflicts, if you remember the Plateau conflict, Igbos were killed and their businesses destroyed around the Dilimi area. The Yorubas, including Yoruba Muslims, were killed in Nasarawa Gum area. The Urobosi Shikiris in Plateau were killed in all those Battery Road areas where they owned shops. This thing can spiral into a national problem if we do not nip this thing in the bud. Because you are looking at people from other parts of the country that know that their kin are killed in other areas. You know, we need to really look at this from a legal perspective. Otumba, I will just round up 10 seconds. We need to look at these things from a legal perspective and ignore moral-based arguments. Moral arguments weaken substantially the arguments. Remember that the 45 pogrom, the 1945 pogrom against the Igbos, was what spiraled and increased to the 60s conflict. If we allow something like this happen again, we are foreseeing another similar type issue. You know, these are the genuine issues I have with this. But yeah, thank you, Otumba. Thank you, Prof. Sizam and Sizzle for this. Yeah.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you. God bless you, brother. Now we'll go next to Anatu, then Woman in Nigeria, then Miss Barriat, Gaboni, and Rapunzel. So, Anatu, you have to space right now.
Well, hi Otumba, thank you so much for this opportunity, and Caesar and Saddam. Good afternoon to everyone, evening, wherever you're spacing from. Um, Thank you so much to the three of you for co-hosting this space and moderating this discussion. Very, very sensitive discussion in a way that doesn't hide the truth, but makes us discuss it and see things, one, as human beings, two, as Nigerians. That is what gives me joy. We're not, behaving like the ostrich, just turning a blind eye to it. No, these are the issues. These are the things that we should talk about. And, the tables are turning, because I was laughing at a point. I said, that there's a problem where members turn around and are preaching to religious leaders. That there's a problem. I mean, these are not, I mean, all the people here speaking, these are not religious leaders. In fact, some of the people on this space, if they take some of us to church or to the mosque, they'll say, "Hey, these ones, when last did you come? When last did you do this?" But you see, kind of hypocrisy is terrible. I feel so sorry for the Christian and the Muslim religion in Nigeria. When I use the word sorry, it's not like I'm trying to sympathize with one or the other, but I feel so sorry for what is happening. But at the same time, the time has come. The time has come because these two religions literally have created monsters of Nigerians. Literally. When I say created monsters, the fact that we've gotten to a point as a nation where for years, people will die, people will be killed, things will happen, and then you turn a blind eye. Well, it's not my religion. Well, it wasn't me. Well, it's not my own. Or it's not our denomination, or it's not our this. These are Nigerians. These are Nigerians. And that's why many times I always ask the question. These elections made me think again. And I want to use this opportunity to ask you as a Nigerian, especially for those who are listening to this space, that are supporting APCPD or are just thinking about money or their own selfish reasons, or even for our security operatives that have been put on this space to listen so that you terrorize people, or whoever, the wicked people listening to this thing. I want to ask you as a Nigerian, what is the worth? What is your value as a person? What is your value? You've been so brought low, so low, to the point that even dogs have more value. It's sad for us to use that kind of analogy. Even dogs have more value. Our religious leaders have created monsters to the fact that, do you imagine on Christmas Day, when the pictures of Southern Kaduna was trending, that it didn't move some Nigerians? That you will see corpses. You know what I did on Christmas Day? Won't believe it. I made my family, we sat down, we watched that documentary on Southern Kaduna. We were in tears because Peter Obi in this campaign has made me a better person and a better Nigerian. When he said, it doesn't matter what you're enjoying, if some Nigerians are suffering, all of us are suffering. I've never thought about it that way, that if there are still some Nigerians in IDP camp, it doesn't matter the kind of home I come from in Nigeria, it doesn't matter the fence, it doesn't matter where I live, all of us are in that. That man has made me a better person. And it's a shame on our religious leaders. And I want to tell them this, they will lose this generation. If our religious leaders on all sides do not get up and do what is right, they're already losing this generation. Because all of a sudden, everything is open. What is there to hide again? Reverend Martin Luther King, that we all know, and we quote the things he said and everything. He was a Baptist preacher. My people, where was Martin Luther King preaching? Where was he speaking?
And
He was in church, on the pulpit.
Most of the civil rights leaders back then were Christians. Were Christian Baptist ministers. A lot of them.
Yes. It was on the pulpits. That was where they were speaking. That's where you got to hear the truth from. So how can we sit down, in church, and then we're doing offering for seed and sowing, this and this thing? Excuse me, what prophecy are you giving that my life, you shall prosper, you shall this? When my own brother somewhere is suffering, doesn't have a roof over his head, doesn't have justice. What are we talking about? It gets so emotional to the point that, that's why when I say I feel sad, because for me as a person, I profess to be a Christian, yes, I so happen to come from a Christian family, but I grew up at a point where I had to question why I believe what I believe, and then I chose to stand for what I believe. So when I say it pains me when I see what is happening. It's not difficult for me to be able to turn around and look at the church and say, you people are wrong. What you're doing is wrong. I've gotten to a point in my Christian life that there's no pastor that can scare me. There's nothing that can, there's no curse you will give me that will scare me. In fact, at a point, I was telling somebody, I said, I'm so happy that Peter Obi is not a Pentecostal Christian. I'm sorry to our Pentecostal. I'm so happy. Because I don't like mixing of things, all this kind of whipping some kind of, no. This man is a forthright man. This man is a pious man. What have our religious leaders done? They've turned the houses of God has turned into a house of thieves, a house of bandits, a house of hiding weapons. Let me tell you something. I remember during the Just Crisis, this is not something I'm saying out of this thing. There were mosques where some of these bandits were being hidden, or their weapons were being hidden. It should not be so. It should not be so. We have look at you know what, every time I look at whether it's a church program or what, politicians, there was a time those were during my father's days. He said there was a time that politicians would be afraid to enter the church because they know that if they enter that day, they are in trouble. The sermon will automatically change to their issue. That was why even in the US and all of that, the civil rights, it was uncomfortable for you to be a Christian and not stand for truth and justice. But what has happened in our nation? They come in, in fact, when they come in, say, pastor is already shaking. They have the seats in front. Look at National Mosque. When they go and all the Tinubus and all, they're all in front. Look at the everyday Nigerians, honest Nigerians that are behind, suffering, sitting by the roads to that National Mosque, begging, suffering. It's so sad. But I thank God that this is happening because this is an indictment on religion in Nigeria. It is an indictment because religion has covered for so many things. Religion has covered for lies. You would do anything in Nigeria, just start screaming, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, or just start screaming, oh, I'm a Christian. No. What did you do? People hide under religion. We cannot continue to hide under that. And Peter Obi's emergence, that man, he's a blessing to my life as a person. He has made me, like I said, and I'm not saying it because, this is politics. He has made me a better human being. He has challenged he has woken up my conscience. I feel ashamed. That as a Nigerian, there was a time when I would see things on TV. I would see some people being killed, or I'll see some things happening. I say, is there suffering now? Let them suffer. Or I will see things happening here. I'll say, is there this? Let them this. This man, even the people that are hating him or will not want to vote him because of all these religious sentiments and all of that, when he gets into power, guess who will enjoy more? Guess the first thing he would do day one when he gets power is to do what? Those are the people that he's even turning to, not a leader who has sat for almost 7.5 years and is talking about the 5% of people that voted for me, the 95%. What have you done for them? Look at the kind of rhetorics and the kind of things that people say on campaign trails, APC campaign trails. Look at when they were in Edo. It's so painful. I understand, we can argue about this on all sides. The emotional side is important. The legal side is important. All sides are important. The most important thing is that we must see that this thing is wrong. This is an indictment on religion. These same religious leaders, where is the hub of drugs in Nigeria and drug addicts and everything? Is it not Kano? Where are the states that said they are going to do Sharia? What was the reason for doing Sharia law? Where is the benefit of it? So this is an indictment on them, and that's why we must encourage ourselves that we must come out, we must vote, we must show them that we are more than them. For the first time, we must show them that there are more people who are for Nigeria than who are for these things that do not matter. There are more people than that. You know what? I am just so happy for everything I've heard. I'm just so happy. And the reason I just asked for the mic was just to put in my voice there to say, yes, I 100% endorse everything. And I'm so grateful that we can have this conversation and we can push this narrative. This is the right narrative to discuss. If the tables were turned, it would have been completely different. But shame on our leaders. While I do appreciate that, there are actually some Christian leaders and some Muslim clerics on both sides that don't have, social media publicity, but really are talking about these issues. There are. But the ones that have, the platform and everything and are keeping quiet, their silence is so loud and it's a shame. But again, I will warn them, it's a huge indictment on religion in Nigeria. I want to live in a secular nation where Christians can practice their religion, Muslims can practice their religion, who can do their thing. I want truth and I want justice. And if you hear and listen to Peter Obi very well, those are the things that he keeps hammering. I want everybody to be able to have a voice. I don't want anybody to be looked down on for where they come from. Even if we have a tribe in Nigeria whereby the people in that whole tribe, they are only 50. I want them to be respected. I want them to be recognized. I want them to have a voice. I'm tired of wicked people who have education, who have everything, who have trained their children and sit down and give us an idea that there's a caste system, that there are these people, there are that people, there are that one. Guess what? For those of you who are listening and hearing now, get used to it. It will happen in the next few months. Peter Obi is going to be the president of Nigeria. And yes, you don't want to hear it. He is Igbo. That is how God has made him. That is who he is. And the years that you had the opportunity to change the knot, you didn't. And Igbo man will come and do it for you. Hakani, thank you very much.
Thank you, my sister. So that's the last time I had an attitude like this was the first time you spoke on the space. Yes.
I want to for that.
And to what she said here, we a lot of us in the US that enjoy the civil rights, the abilities to come in and get a job and not worried about, I'm not saying it's not racism, but all the gains made in the 60s, in the 50s and the 60s, the boycotts, the preachers, they were done by clerics. A lot of them were Christian clerics in the South. It was the South in Nashville, in Atlanta. There are so many. That's why come to the South here. The church holds an important place because they pushed back, and fought against segregation, fought for civil rights movements. But the ones in Nigeria are busy flying jets and collecting tithes. Let me keep quiet before some people swear for me. Let's go to 1 minute Nigeria then, Miss Barriat.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Prof. Good evening, Otumba. Good evening, Sizzle. The NCs where we don't hear about. Good evening, everybody on the speaker session, everybody on the listener session. Saddam, you brought the topic. I mean, Saddam has made. I mean, this is a very controversial topic, and I'm glad he took a bold step to bring this topic. But in my usual nature, I'll try to remind us the election is getting closer. Election is precisely 48 days, 11 hours, 7 minutes away. And by the time I'm done, it will probably be less than that. To put it more in context, it means election is literally less than 7 weeks away. It means 7 weeks from this moment, by now, 7 weeks from now. This kind of evening, 7 weeks from now. Election would have been completed. People would have finished voting, would have started seeing results. So I need us to know that it's pretty close because maybe I'm sure probably before then, except Saddam decides to host more than 2 violent spaces in 1 week, before then we'll probably have just roughly 14 violent spaces, right? So it's counting. For this topic, it's quite unfortunate for me because it's just sad for me because APC and PDP, or their co-name PDAPC, have brought us to a point where we have to start talking about this. I remember the first time when Muslim ticket came up. I mean, some people were like, "Oh, it doesn't matter." And, our principal was even kind enough to always make us not think it matters too, by telling us every time, "Don't vote for me because I'm this and I'm that." But I usually told people, I said, truth is, yeah, it may not matter, but the truth is, it's like those core courses you have in university where until you pass it, they may never add to what you do in your life, but if you don't pass it, you will never graduate. They may not be important to your career, but if you don't pass it, you will never graduate. That's what this topic is. I'm just going to first of all say, of course, I'm a Christian. I'm a Pentecostal Christian. I'm thank God, by the grace of God, some of us are Christians that have gone beyond that stage of men of God, right? Some people are still in that stage where you can be men of God are your God, as in they are your chain. You have to go through them to see God. But thank God some of us have passed that stage. Some of us now work on our personal relationship with God, not relationship through men of God, right? And we've proven it a couple of times. I'm just going to first say that if you are here and you're a Christian, and for any reason, the decision of your pastor is going to influence who you will vote for, or what your pastor says is going to influence who you vote for, and I don't care who your pastor is, to be honest, then you deserve Buhari as a president for another 8 years. To be honest, it means even you, let me just be very frank with you, everyone is not sure for you. If your pastor is going to be the one to tell you to vote for, as glaring as it is, then everyone is not sure for you. You are really not a Christian. I mean, to be honest, in this election now, I don't think PDP and APC are supposed to be in the equation. I understand if someone, and because religion is a very sentimental topic, so I understand if maybe for some reason, if how will I put it now? If I see a Muslim that says, "Oh, I want to vote Kwankwaso," for example, I may be like, okay, I don't agree with you and all that, but I can never understand a Christian that supports Tinubu and his Muslim ticket. I can never, even if it's Yoruba, even if it's your person, I can never understand it. See, let me be very straightforward, and I'm going to put this into context. If Tinubu for any reason wins, right, do you know what it means? It means that the next time a Christian will have a shot at becoming president is 2039. 2039. We're in 2023. The next time a Christian will have a shot, because what will happen is, of course, he probably wants to do it here, right? And after that, he's going to go back to the north. And you don't expect a north that could not provide a Christian vice president to now provide a Christian president, right? So he's going to be a Muslim again. So it means a Muslim would have been in, and apologies to all my Muslim brothers. I usually say this. My closest friends are Muslim, and they even know myself. They know this and they won't agree with me. In fact, sometimes they emphasize it more than me. See, it means that between 2015 and 2039, we would have had a Muslim president for 24 years. 24 years. And people that say, "Oh, it's not possible to Islamize a country, blah, 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 blah." I'm laughing at you. Do you know what 24 years is? Someone that was born and become 24 years. If you say 24 years old guy, it's not a guy, it's a man. So within that long time, a lot can happen that you can never predict. Then let me come to Atiku for implication. If Atiku, for example, were the one to win, do you know what that would mean? That would mean the Fulani would have been president for 16 years on a road. And I'm going to now pull up the data at this point, because this thing pains me when people talk about Fulani as if they are one big ethnic group somewhere. And a data from the CIA of America, right? CIA of America, of Nigerian population by tribe, puts it like this. In Nigeria, population of Nigeria by tribe, Hausa, and people usually make this mistake of thinking Hausa and Fulani are not the same. They are not are the same. Hausa and Fulani are not the same. They are totally different people. Hausa is 25%. Yoruba is 21%. Igbo is 18%. Fulani that wants to do 88 correct 16 years presidency in Nigeria, it's just 6.0%. That means Igbo divided by 3. That means Yoruba divided by probably times. I don't want to call it a lot of mathematics, but the point is that these people are not like a big ethnic group that probably wants to even hold the country to ransom. To now even talk about the fact that the people that they haven't bringing out are not competent. That's even the annoying part. And if we haven't talking about the Muslim part, the person that decides to even come out as a Muslim is not a true Muslim. That's where I come to Muslims here. It's even okay if you say, oh, I want to be a bigot. So, Otuba, I can see the ones. I'll just try to round off. It's even okay if you say, I want to be a bigot, I want to vote for a Muslim. Yeah, you can go and vote for Kwankwa. So, I mean, I'm not going to, because the point is that Tinubu is not even a good Muslim. To put it to you, how can you say a man who will go to the mosque to serve God, but demand for a chair to sit down, but go to UK and go and be dancing, is a true Muslim? So for me, that just trumps everything. And I'm going to bring it down on this note. The truth is that, I mean, a lot of time I think Ibrahim has emphasized the implication of this. Because what is going to happen if for any reason a Muslim ticket holds is that years from now, there will be a situation where Christian will be saying, oh, Muslim have done it before. We want Christian. Muslim will say no. So now there will be a divide in the future. Let me just guarantee you that now. So please and please and please again. The truth is that all these things that we are saying now is not what Peter Obi is all about. But we haven't saying this because we care for this country. But what is most important is that this country from May 29th needs to start moving forward. And I remind you again, election is just about 7 weeks away. Election is just about 7 weeks away. I've heard people talk about this, like, oh, some people think we support, I don't know about you guys, some people think some of us support Peter Obi because we want bragging rights or because we want crowd mentality. No, for me, supporting Peter Obi, this for me is my last shot for Nigeria. If Nigeria, for any reason, will get it wrong in 2023, I don't even personally think Peter Obi will contest again, and I will not blame him. But for me, this is that last shot. I lost the job in ENDSears. I was like, okay, that's it. I'm not doing it again. But for me, Peter Obi has come, giving us one more shot. This is that last shot. 7 weeks away, we have that last shot. Like Omar used to say, that sniper, just imagine you are that sniper, but you just have one bullet, one last shot. Let's not joke with it. I hear the mic.
Thank you, my brother. So, thanks for reminding us with the election. Please donate to the campaign as much as you can. Go to Peter Obi's, I think, the campaign's website and donate to them. Ms. Barriat, how are you doing this evening?
Otoma, if you could post that the campaign, this thing, the campaign. Actually, I'll post it on the Jumbotron.
I've posted it on Jumbotron already before I started speaking. So.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. So
Okay,
please,
thank you.
1,500, whatever you can, please donate to the campaign. Ms. Barriat, good evening.
Hi, Otumba. I can hear your little daughter's voice, at the background. And what we're doing today, hearing her just call you daddy, and you don't live in Nigeria. And I hope that someday Nigeria will serve as a safe space for her to come and give us the very best that America has given her. Good evening, everyone. This evening has been a very sober one for me, just listening to everyone making their submissions. And for the first time, I had to bring out, so many papers that I've scattered right now where I'm sat, and I've written too many things. Because I was like, okay, what am I even going to say if I have to speak today, because this is a topic I've always said, I detest speaking about religion and ethnicity. There's a proverb in Hausa that says, Anche wakare, ana biki a gidansu, ya ce in gani a kasa. What it means is that a dog was told that they are having a party or a ceremony in his house where he obviously lives, and the dog says, let me see it on the ground. Because you know why? Dogs pick their bones from the ground, right? So if you tell me there's a party in my house, let me see it on the ground. The most I can deduce from everybody's submission and the submissions to come is that Nigeria truly needs healing. So much so that, sometimes I sit back and I'm like, I hope Peter is ready for this. Then when I remember who Peter is and the battles Peter has fought and won, and I look at the people that Peter is in this contest with, then I tell myself again that indeed Peter is the best man for the job. I never do religion. I never do ethnicity. I heard during Anhana to Zari, Ibrahim, hugs to you. Aboki Nagari, hugs to you. Lamin, I never knew Lamin was a Muslim until today, that she mentioned it, and she couldn't stop. There was something she said that resonated with me. And it was from Aisha, I heard that, they tell you that the first, because I know they have chapter and verses in the Quran. I hope I'm getting this right. If I didn't, please, any Muslim can correct me when I'm done. I think they said the first chapter in the Quran or the first verse, from what I learned from Aisha, says Ikra. And Ikra means knowledge, where the Prophet Muhammad, peace be unto him, charged his followers that they should seek knowledge wherever it takes them to. And they must be fair and just to everyone. So for me today, this topic, people would want to call it sensitive because, those things we don't want to talk about, those things that will truly bring about the change that we desire, we tag them as sensitive because that's the only way we can avoid having the conversation. Those things we want to put aside and use them for the benefit of just a few, we tag them as sensitive. But until and unless we are able to have that conversation, we aren't going to move forward. Hannatu spoke. I listened to her. I want to be able to speak with this calm voice from my beginning of submission to the very end. She charged me up, but I told myself, I said, Maureen, you have written too much. So I don't lose my train of thoughts that I would really just want to submit here. Hoping that we take this with us into the Nigeria that we want to see. I asked myself, why did Saddam and his co-host, Sizzle and Otumba, come up with this topic, Omar, who is not here with us today? If Nigeria were to be working, I'm asking us today to think deeply, will this have been a topic? If Nigeria were working for us all, do you freaking care where your president is going to come from? If Nigeria was truly working, if Nigeria was just and fair to you and I and to the people that you don't have to know before you speak for them or you decide to be indifferent, if it were working, would we be speaking? Will this be a topic? Would we be even having a space on issues like this? I see when all these Americans and British people create their spaces, my goodness, the kinds of things they create spaces for. Here we are creating spaces on how to get a corn roasted with super highway electricity. The quality of our problems, they haven't even allowed it to improve. Like we're continuously speaking about pedestrian issues. If your life and my life mattered, we wouldn't be speaking about a Muslim ticket. The first time I decided when Hannatu was speaking and said Peter Obi has given her hope, and that's why today she would no longer be indifferent about anything. I remember the quote of Elie Wiesel, who says, the opposite of love is not hate, it is indifference. And it is the worst place to ever find yourself in, where you are indifferent about what is happening around you, because guess what? You are going to be the next victim. I always tell, when people ask me, where are you from? I always say Nigeria, but I got to a place where, I felt, okay, am I denying my identity of being from Southern Kaduna? When people speak, I heard, I've forgotten his name, I wrote it down, but because I have so many things here right now. He was speaking about coming from the point of law And he was talking about equal presentation. And I asked myself, when people speak on Thursday, I spoke on this platform and I meant it. When people speak about this federal character and equal presentation, am I being carried along as a Baju person? So if we're even going to talk from the side of the law, did the law ever consider me and my people? And if anything is zoned to even where we come from, Kaduna South, do you know how many tribes we have there? Let me try and mention just a few. Kadara, Jaba, Merwa, Kogoro, Ikulu, Baju, Fonswam. It goes on and on. So when you want to even use that federal character principle and you say, okay, Kaduna South, give us one person. Who are we going to present? Is it a Baju man? Is it a Kataf man? Is it an Ikulu man? Is it a Marwa man? Is it a Kogoro man? Or woman? But if Nigeria were to work, I wouldn't care who would stand to represent me. I was born a Catholic. I was raised a Catholic. I was baptized in the Catholic Church. Now I'm going to identify with Darren. I had written down when Darren spoke about it, I shook my head. I said, you see, when like minds gather, you find people who just speak your mind, and sometimes you don't even have to say anything. And even if you have to contribute, it's just to add to what the person has earlier said. I grew up baptized, confirmed, received my Holy Communion, first Holy Communion in the Catholic Church. I was in the choir. I played the drum. I sang in church. I read in church. I was a lay reader in church. I belonged to so many societies, Holy Rosary, this, that, Infant Jesus, name it. But it got to a stage where I had to begin to question religion. And in fairness, I hate to do this. In fairness to the Catholic Church, I have so many uncles and family friends that are priests. One of them even wanted me to be a reverend sister, and I'm just putting this out publicly because aside from those who know me, he took me to a convent. But I left. I'm sure if I had stayed back in the convent, they would have had to, what's that word, excommunicate me. When I finished my secondary school from Federal Government Girls College Onitsha, that was how much they wanted me to be a part of this Catholicism. But I resisted it because there was something I felt in me about this thing called religion. I still am a Christian. I haven't left the faith, but I have my own personal relationship with the God that created me. I don't serve men of God. I don't call them God of men. They are frauds. I choose to at least say this, that I grew up in the Catholic Church, where, there's some, when you're indoctrinated into certain kinds of faiths, a lot of things, you have to cram them. You don't even know why you're saying them. The prayers of Nigeria in distress was the first prayer. I'm 46 years old. I remember from as young when I was maybe like 10 or so, we started saying that prayer. 36 years after, the Catholic Church still says that freaking prayer. Prayer for Nigeria. I pray I don't lose my cool. Prayer for Nigeria in distress. Nigeria is still in fucking distress. They brought another prayer. Darren will bear me witness as a Catholic and others who are Catholics here. Prayers against bribery and corruption in Nigeria. And what has changed? Fucking nothing. But I can say that on behalf of the Catholic Bishops' Conference, one of whom I have two uncles who made it to the stage of bishops. One is still a bishop right now. One has passed away. May his soul rest in peace. Even during the days of the military, the Catholic Church, Bishop Okoji, Bishop P.Y. Jatta of Kaduna, late Bishop Ganaka, two of them are late now, Bishop Ganaka of Jos, they will release terse statements against the military junta of either Abacha or IBB at that time. They were that fierce. They took a stand. They weren't cowards. I loved them for that. There was something that always made me question the church. I don't know why, and I still do. When I joined Bring Back Our Girls, when Hannatu was speaking, it was because at that time I said I was no longer going to be indifferent. My father, my late dad, They called me daddy's girl. I miss him so much. Before he passed away, he was in PDP. And I remember when I went home and I sat down with him, there was nothing I never used to discuss with my dad because he was one person who never judged me. He knew me too well. And I asked him, I said, you took me to school. The first time I went to school in Federal Government Girls College, Onitsha, from Kaduna to Onitsha, you took me, Dad. In a station wagon, we went to the motor park and you paid the fare. You took me there. 11 years, you dropped me and turned. I never came back to see me. Assuming you were home, no phones, nothing. And you heard that an attack happened in FGGC Onitsha I was taking. What are you freaking going to do? Are you going to be loyal to your party? Or are you going to stand up and demand that I be rescued, irrespective of whether you belong to the political class or to the rich class? The reason why APC can fucking do what they do is because we don't matter. And there's a country that doesn't work for either of you. It works for them only. With the religious frauds, the men of God that you dare not challenge. When I joined the BBOG, when I became the SIDA coordinator, let me tell you something. You can ask anyone. Even Dr. Obi, Aisha, you can ask any one of them. Whenever we have an invite for church leaders and they come around, I challenge them publicly. A lot of them hated coming to the fountain because of how I used to take them on. So many members then who today, when Otumba said somebody sent him a message saying blasphemy, fuck him and his blasphemy. What is jihad? Jihad says fight for what is right, but today they've turned that on its head to mean kill people. No, that's not what it means. Jihad is fight for justice, fight for access to quality education, fight for access to quality healthcare, fight for access to the right to live a decent life, fight for what is right, fight for what is just. I remember a pastor on this fateful day, person made their way to the fountain with their church members and they were just all of their, I said, you guys came because your pastor was coming here today. And the way the pastor spoke, I wasn't going to speak on that day, but I took the microphone and I challenged that pastor publicly. And I said, if your daughter were to be amongst those taken, would you fucking come here and speak the language and in the manner that you did? Every life must matter. She called Dr. Obi and said, I would never come to the fountain because there's a young woman there who insulted me. Now, this is how they feel. The same way your political rulers, the idiots we have in power, will tell you you have no rights to speak to them. That's why Tinubu will give you the middle finger and put on a shatima, an ignoble fellow with lots of questions hanging on his head to answer as his deputy, and he will tell you that it's about competence. I come from the north and you tell me that amongst the Christians in the north, that Shatima is the poster boy for competence. Fuck you on that. If Shatima is the poster child for competence, then let's resurrect Anini. Let's resurrect Sheikh that died. Let's resurrect every one of Muhammad Yusuf. Let's resurrect each and every one of them. Terrorism affects us all. I come from a family. Our firstborn is married to a Muslim. I've said that here several times. She has 2 boys, Mohammed and Bello. I have a praying mat in my house. When they come around, I take them to the mosque on Friday if they have to go to Friday mosque to pray. I can't remember the last time I entered the 4 walls of a church. I watched with a nauseating feeling the video of Paul Adefarasi. They don't even qualify for you to call them pastors. I heard Cecil, I heard Saddam at the opening of this presentation. Do you know what it means to be, and now let me use the term, man of God? Do you know what it means? Do you know what it means? How many of them have gone to the battlefront for your fucking asses? That you go and give them everything that you've worked hard for. And I saw him trying to speak. When somebody comes and speaks this big grammar, we just assume the person has sense. They have 0 sense in them. And there he was, just talking rubbish. Oh, the man who is best qualified for the job didn't make it. Who is he referring to? Is it Osubande as Buhari calls him, or who? The man who cannot even fucking save himself as a vice president right now? Is that who he was referring to? And then speaking about, the person who is most qualified didn't make it. And he was there trying to speak from, both sides of his mouth. And I was just trying to see the faces of the cowards who were sitting down right there too with him, listening to him just speak garbage. You know, they tell you the people you should fear the most are those people who are educated bigots. That's what we have also in Kaduna as a governor. Fear them the most. Niger, Lamin is from Niger State. Niger State used to have Christian Muslim tickets. They now decided to do Muslim with the current APC government that is there. Guess what is happening in Niger today? Sleepless nights. Niger never used to be on the list of terrorists where terrorists were attacking. Yes, they were building their cells there. Ahmed Salkida is one guy who has come out to say everything as it is in this country, but they chose to hound him. When Zari told you that these people are well armed and have surrounded the bushes, yeah, take it because there's nothing new. Salkida, who has always reported on terrorism issues, has put it out there. He's made it clear. So what are we talking about? What we're talking about now is that our lives must go beyond what we're looking at right now. We must understand that the pastors, the imams, Sheikh Nur Khalid is a sheikh I've growing up in Kaduna, Ungwarimi. Today Kaduna is divided. If you guys want that model for Nigeria, then so be it. You're going to have a divided Nigeria where it will be split in the middle. That is, if it ever happens, that it will be split in the middle, because probably before it happens, a lot of lives are going to be lost. When these things happen, everyone is a victim. In Iran today, who are they killing? It's their fellow Muslims they're killing. Why are they killing them? Because they dared to speak, because they dared to fight, because they dared to say no. Stop forcing our women to do this. What's happening in Afghanistan today? So in this same breath that we are here, brothers and sisters, I want us all to know that we are victims. We are all victims, Muslims and Christians alike. Let me tell you guys, as a young child, I knew what we experienced. My house used to be a place that kept, people used to run to in Ungwarimi. I've said it here before, number 8 Morovia Lane, opposite the police station. Everybody can check that out. We used to keep people who would run to come for safety. Today, I was wondering when people were talking, I said we could feed all of them in the past when things like that happen, because we could afford it. Today, with a bag of rice, 35,000 naira. If people run, if we've left that environment, we're no longer there, because Kaduna is split in the two. And I hate that this is so. I hate it. The fault lines have been it's so clear, even to the blind. Even to the blind, it is so clear that these politicians in cahoots with the clerics have decided. But when they are sharing your collective wealth and my wealth, they don't see Pastor Osibanjo as a pastor. They don't see any one of them there as Christian. They see them as one. The Buhari that will tell you he's mega scare, he is one who is very prudent and stuff, also joins them on the table. The Ganduje that calls himself Kadimul Islam. I asked for the meaning, if I'm right. Somebody said he calls that, it means the gatekeeper of Islam. We've seen him on videos stuffing dollars in his pockets. But what did Steve Biko said about the oppressed mind? That's the landmine for the oppressor to have a field day on. So I urge us. I have friends who are Muslims. I heard Darren say that maybe some Muslims will think that, no. That's why you can have an Ibrahim come here to defend what is happening here. That's why you can have an Aboki Nagari come to take a stand. That's why you can have a Lamin come to take a stand, because they are not cowards. And I can assure you too, if you go to Aisha's timeline, I saw a tweet from her where she says she's even more angry at the Christians who are supporting the Muslim ticket. And that's my sister. I know her. She will always stand up for what is just and what is fair. Because in the end, criminality, banditry, kidnapping, everything, it doesn't know religion. When the Taliban took over Afghanistan, did you see what happened? The people who were running away from Afghan, were they Christians? No, they were Muslims. They were Muslims. We are all victims. They burnt mosques. They burnt people. I heard Hannah to say about a Jos, where a community, where people were harbored in mosque. But in that same Jos, there's an old man in his 80s or 90s, if we all remember, who was given an award recently by the government of Nigeria. What did he do? He saved Christians. So in everything that we do, I will curse out the pastors, I will curse out the imams, I will curse out even my own people, because in the same breath we have good and bad people. Because if governance, good governance, we were to have that, trust me, Saddam, this will not be a topic for us to discuss. But it has become expedient. It has become very important that we discuss this. I don't know who said if Tinubu were competent, if Shetima were competent, none of us will make them a topic. None. But today, I don't see Peter. You know, when I came out to support Peter, somebody was so Darren was so mentioned he's a Catholic or something. I remember one day I was talking about, and my sister said, "Have you forgotten he's a Catholic?" He was saying the rosary. That video, I said, "Oh, okay." That's to tell you how much I detach myself. I haven't been to the four walls of a church in years. If you see me enter a church, it may be a friend's wedding. I don't even go to the churches for weddings. I'll just wait when it's time for reception. I go to the reception, have my fun. If I have to enjoy my whiskey, I enjoy my whiskey and I fucking get out. That doesn't make you holier than me. That doesn't make you a better Christian than me. No, it doesn't. Because a whole lot of you are fucking monsters. Fucking monsters. That's what you are. You came out and you want to pose that you've gone for night vigil. Fuck you and your night vigil. Nigeria will not fucking work no matter how hard you pray. As Aisha said, the reason why the pastors and the imams will not preach that you choose the right leader is because you put them out of business. You are their cash cow. Where in the world? The last time I was in the UK, most of the churches have been converted to pubs. Go check it out. Who has time to go to church? I saw a video that somebody put out on TikTok and he's talking about life before you come get a relationship, before you go. And some of the things he highlighted. Systems that work. My brother, you won't even have to, the minute you wake up in the morning, you just say, "Thank you, Jesus," and that's all. It ends there. You don't pray for inanities. They have solved most of the basic problems. Thanks to PO, as I round up on this submission, that he has helped us to even elevate this conversation small. That's why we know they see nonsense people, they ride okadas, they go markets, they plait hair, they chop corn that they are so obsessed with on the road. You wonder what it is. As I saw a tweet from Lamin, who denied Bats corn during his childhood, that he can't just stay away from this word corn. Thanks to PO, he has elevated this. And if you want to see an elevated Nigeria, where we want to open a space to fucking come and discuss this kind of silly issues, then do the needful. Because in all honesty, even if Tinubu were to be your father, you should have some level of sympathy. I remember watching my dad when he could barely do the things that he loved to do. Imagine me putting him through this kind of excruciating pain. You all are wicked. You all are mean-spirited. You all don't deserve to walk amongst us as humans. You should create your own planet and go live on. There are Muslims, so many Muslims, as Cecil said, there are over 2 billion Muslims in the world today. If a fraction, even just as small as 1%, which will be about 200 million, were to take up arms, do you think you and I will be here talking on space? Do you think you and I will be here talking on space? No. When I went to Kaduna 3 years ago and I visited Ungwerimi, we went to visit all our Muslim neighbors because they were the only ones living in Ungwerimi. Because from the bridge that takes you to Barnawa, Christians all the way. From that bridge down Kawo, Ungwensariki, Muslim. I beg, you guys don't understand what has happened in Kaduna. You guys don't fuck. When Zari said, what he did was to go to because there are people, we have indigenous people also, and also people who maybe over the years became settlers that were Muslims who live in southern Kaduna. He picked the lady who comes from there. She's Jaba, from what I gathered, a tribe from southern Kaduna there. And that's one way they use, because they thought, oh, okay, Tunde, she's Jaba, it's okay, it's fine. And today, when I went to that place, and I have pictures on Twitter that I put, I think 3 years ago, and all of them were saying the same thing. Allah Sarki Bariat, because that's what they call me, my home name. Tunda kuka bar Ungwarimi, ba wanda ke kawo mana abincin Christmas. in kika duba gaba ɗayan mu, for those who understand, I will translate. For those dukanku da kuka tafi, babu Christmas zai zo ya tafi, babu mai kawo mana abinci kuma. Sai dai ko mu zauna mu ji kawai a ce yau 25th. And what were they lamenting about? They missed the Christmas food that we used to share, the love that we used to share. And I told them it's same for me. Because I go to Bernawa now, where we live, and nobody brings Salah food, Salah ram. Do you know how much I love Salah ram? Balango is now freaking expensive, but my Muslim brothers would have been providing me with that. My goodness, we need each other. One of my suppliers in Kaduna, when I went back recently, before I came back for the Christmas, I went to see my mom. I went to the markets, and he said, Maurice, because that's how he calls me, Maurice. Wannan zaben to wa kike gani zamu zaba? Like in this election, who do you think we should elect? Because they always would ask me, a lot of them. And I asked him, wa kaga ya dace ku zaba? I asked him, who do you think is the ideal man for the job? And he goes, to, mu dai muna jin sunan wani Peter. Ba mu san sosai akan shi ba. Amma duk abubuwan da muke ji akan shi, duka abubuwan da muka ji akan shi, duka masu kyau ne. This is him telling me that in everything they've heard about Peter, out of all the contestants, they have all been good things. That's a Muslim. That's a Muslim. The same thing a Yusuf will tell me, Auntie Maurice, gaskiya fa mu fa kaman Peter zamu yi. Saboda wayannan shugabannin namu da su masu koya mana addinin nan, babu abin da suka sa a gaban su, sai dai go su ga kawai yanda za su ci gaba da raba mu. They are tired of doing politics of religion, politics of ethnicity. And they want, for the first time, to try politics of competence, politics of character, politics of capacity. I hope that after 2023, February 25th, the next space we're going to open is to speak about the Nigeria we're going to build with Peter Obi. So we begin to chart the course that will not have us sit down and speak about Nigeria in terms of religion and ethnicity that brings no value to you and I as a people. For those who live abroad, the Saddams, the Otumbas, and for a few of us who have been privileged to travel abroad, these motherfuckers have all their children there. Some of you who live there run into them sometimes. When I travel abroad and I see anybody that is in government, I take on them. I don't spare them. It's about time. When I see their kids and I recognize them, I don't fucking spare them. I make them know that I know you. You are here enjoying the fruits of the calf raise that your parents choose to tag. But back home, the calf raise here, they make you see them as enemies. Meanwhile, they are in those countries that calf raise infidels, that's what it is, are in the majority. They party hard, they smoke the weeds, they take the crack, they take the most expensive drinks. I worked in a company where I knew what we used to serve. When my MD will host parties and I see all of them, I say, look at them. They come out and they are preaching to their poor, impoverished people. Meanwhile, here they are drinking the most expensive champagne in the night where no one can see them. And you're fooled by that. When Cecil said, a Tinubu who would dance a buga in London will go to the mosque and not be able to kneel down and pray to this person we call God, to this man we revere, to this, to this powerful being, where in his presence, even when you're at your home, you are not even in the places of worship, you kneel down in the privacy of your house to worship. Then he goes to a public place that was built to honor. That's power. And he's on his fucking chair. And they are selling that to you as the epitome of Islam. And you're buying that. I hope that we get this message clear, that this is just about not religion, it's about bad governance that you're going to receive for the next 4, 8, 12, 16, 16 plus 4, 20, 20 plus 4, 20, till infinity. And I end, as Aisha said, at the town hall meeting, that they oppressed our parents, they oppressed us. Now they are oppressing our children. If you're going to allow that, I won't. And in the words of Sizzle, I don't know where now they carry me go. Mona, stop this boss, make I come down. Thank you very much. May we not ever have to come and speak this.
First of all, Saddam, anybody that is following up, there's a new bar.
Oh, Tumba, make a clap for Mrs. Barrier. Hey, one more time.
Saddam.
Ah,
It's very see. I know we say this. You probably heard this a million times. That when I think when God gave you probably one of the gifts God gave you was speaking, and I sincerely we mean this, and I mean this at the bottom of my heart. Like you're a storyteller, you know how to pass emotion through the words. Like I follow along and I sit down when you're talking. I sit down and stop playing with my daughter just to listen and digest and take in because you speak with so much conviction and so much authority and so much experience, and you could tell you're speaking from your guts and you believe in what you're saying, and you're not saying this because you want to sound good but because you truly believe in it, and it's reflected in numbers and it's reflected in the way people listen and the way people respond to you. So please keep being a voice. Please, I've said it before, madam, if you're going to start a podcast or something, please do. God has given you that gift to speak, to tell stories, to tell your experiences. Please do that. So who is that going after Miss Barriott? There's a very high bar you have to follow. Let's
I
go. I think Salam, go ahead.
no, Tumba, go ahead, go ahead. I think Gaboni wanted to go next, but I don't.
Yeah, Gaboni
Gaboni, you
then
cannot speak with
Napunzel.
earpiece. You can't use earpiece on this,
I can
please.
speak like no, no, I can speak no. I'm working my earpiece, but I don't hear you. That's what I used to speak. I think you can
It's
very
not
well.
good. The output is bad, bro.
Yeah, they probably headphones. Headphones are typically bad with this space, regardless of which one.
Like you can't hear me well now. Like you can't hear me well.
Bro, it is bad.
There's a feedback. There's a static feedback.
Okay. Let me. So well now. Is this okay now?
It's slightly better. Like you're in a noisy place, but it's slightly better.
Okay, good,
Go
good,
ahead.
good.
Carry on.
I've listened. See, the last person that spoke now, she blew my mind away. There's no much thing to say about this Muslim ticket. It is an existential threat to Nigerians, unity. There's nothing much to say, and my joy is that so many Nigerians know about the danger of the Muslim ticket, and also the Fulani transition ticket. So see, like I said earlier, there was a time we were on this place and I said something that, when we started this movement, they were telling us that elections are not won on social media. But from what I've experienced, from what I've seen, along the way is this. I think it's time for us to be telling them that the elections are not won on social media. When they come around saying so many things, because this message of this Muslim ticket and all that, and the fact that Tinubu is not well and Atiku is not to be trusted, it has resonated to even the grassroots, the claim they have. The lowest and even most of the illiterate Nigerians understand the fact that Tinubu is not well and the Muslim ticket is a threat. Now, it is still quite unfortunate that some religious leaders are still, because I'm so angry right now because most of our religious leaders are still sleeping. There is a video that's trending right now of an imam that is saying that the Muslim ticket shows that the Islam is greater or is superior than the Christianity in Nigeria. This, I think it was yesterday's Jumat that the imam spoke about this, and believe you me, tomorrow is Sunday, and probably you won't even see any pastor or any reverend father that will come out and condemn that or challenge that imam or tell his congregation that, see, we cannot allow this to continue. No Christian, tomorrow is Sunday, you will see it. Because you go to the churches, and they'll tell you that we don't do politics in the church. But why did the abortion law not stand in the US? It's because the Christians have a stake, the Catholics have a stake in the American Parliament. They have a stake. They have people that they put there in the American Parliament who stood against the abortion law. Because they are particular about politics, and they have people who they supported to be in those positions. It is so unfortunate that Christians in Nigeria think they are more Christian than other people in the world. It is so unfortunate that the pastors in Nigeria think that they are more holier than other people in the world. When Jesus Christ was about to be crucified, he told Pilate that you have no power over me except because it is being given to you from above, which means that political power is being given by God. So I don't understand why Christians in Nigeria will separate political power from the power of God, like they will separate it from the church. If it is not God that is giving those political power, why will he separate it from the church? Why won't you tell your congregation who to vote for in order to protect the sanctity of the country? Who should vote for to make sure the country can continue to thrive? Sincerely, I'm so disappointed in so many Christian leaders in this country. One of which is my priest. I'm so disappointed. Because he never speaks about anything about it. You say but it is so obvious. It is so obvious that the Muslim ticket is an essential threat to Nigeria right now. It is so obvious. But one joy I have is this. So many people know that Tinubu is a mistake. Tinubu is a mistake that APC has made. Tinubu cannot win this election. I'm sorry that I'm I know you guys some noise, but I just came out because this evening I was just thinking about everything. I was like, I have interviewed so many people. I'm so particular about this election, and I'm so I have done so much trying to interview people, but there's nobody. I'm in Kogi State, local. I have not seen one person. There's just even one. Like saying he's going to vote for Tinubu. Not even one. The only people I'm seeing are those on Twitter. So I wonder how these people think they're going to win this election. I wonder how they think they're going to win this election. So many people are aware that a Tinubu is a mistake, that a Tinubu is going to be a disaster. See, P2B is going to win this election. Look at what happened in Ondo State in the APC rally. Tinubu was just speaking about P2B because he knows that P2B is a problem. PDP people are speaking only about P2B because they know P2B is their nightmare. I have no reason to doubt. I have no reason to be scared anymore. I was scared before. I was doubtful before. I was thinking, even though I was working so hard, but today I'm so confident that P2B is the next president of Nigeria. Because I know that the Christians in the north are tired. I know that the Christians in the south understand that it is wrong for the Muslim ticket to thrive, and it is wrong for a Fulani to Fulani transition. And the Muslims and the educated Muslims in the north understand that for Nigeria to continue to be as one, to remain as one, the presidency has to go to the south, and that the Muslim ticket is a threat. Listen to me, my people. Most of us on this space are youth between the age of from 20 to 40 or 50. We cannot allow these leaders that are in their 60s and 70s to dictate for us what this country is going to be like. Tinubu does not have 20 years to live. Atiku does not have 20 years more. Buhari does not have 20 years. The APC candidate chairman Abdullahi Adamu does not have 20 years. Oshomole does not have 20 years. Most of us have more than 20 years to live. Why should we allow these people dictate for us the future of our children? I think the time has come for us to sit down and say, okay, What is the way forward? How can we thrive? Is it for us to live as one as a country, or for us to do the regional system of government, or for us that if we're living as one, what are the terms and conditions for us to live as one? Because one thing I believe in is that Nigeria can live as one and become a very big nation, a very great nation. You see, personally, I feel Nigeria can. I want Nigeria to be as one. And a P2B presidency is going to make that North and South bond, that North and South coalition to be a strong one. I'm happy because I know P2B is going to be the next president of Nigeria. There's no two ways about it. It's crystal clear. So after 25th of February, when P2B will win, things will come. You say?
So can you run up in 30 seconds?
Okay. When P2B is going to win, things will continue. Things will start taking shape. And I know Nigeria will be great because I know P2B is going to win. Nigeria can live as one. We can become a united nation with great potentials. See, my people, this is 7th of January. We have less than 50 days more for the election. It is already here. This is the final lap. We are winning this. We have the population. The polls have shown us that we are winning this. We are going to win this, and Nigeria will be great again. We can live together as a country, both South and North, Christians and Muslims. The problem we have are the bad leaders, and with Peter Obi, everything will fall into place and we'll live as a great nation. Are you the mic?
Thank you. Let's go to Rapunzel. How you doing, sister?
Hi, everybody. Happy New Year. Hi. Long time no speak. So I don't even know if I should speak because Miss Barriott has said everything I came up to say, except for just a little piece. Miss Barriott, I am a Kaduna girl like you. I am Igbo, but I was born and I was raised in Kaduna and Gwandosa to be precisely. I lived in Commissioner Road, Commissioner Street in Gwandosa. Of course, yes, you're right. And Gwandosa is no longer that place now that I can even freely go because, yes, it has been divided. Kaduna has been divided. It is terrible. I am a victim, so I'm surprised, and we never ran to your house in Ungwarimi, but of course you can understand that Ungwarimi is very far away from us, from Gwandosa. So we always ran to NDA because NDA was just right across the road for us, from where I live. That's where we go to. NDA, the Nigerian Defense Academy, is where we always sought shelter. We didn't need to seek shelter sometimes because the street I lived in Gwandosa, Commissioner Street, and I'm saying this for people that are Kaduna people, you will know this. Commissioner Street was the street for the affluent. We had a former Kaduna State governor, civilian governor, lived in that street. We had the PAN, Pijo, that's PAN, their regional director lived in my street. Our street was very secure. I think at a point we had military people guard the street, the front and the back. My street had a gate. It was a very secured street until it didn't become, it was no longer secured for us that were Christian, which was unfortunate. But that is not why I took the mic. Ms. Barrett has said all that and everything she said. Anybody that is here, please listen. If you didn't get it the first time, thank God this space is recorded. Go back and listen to it again. Listen to what Ms. Barrett said. Even what Patrick that came to tell us the legal implications of all this. I think everybody that spoke to that point everybody has made sense to this point. This is a space that is very much needed. Thank you so much for bringing up this topic, Saddam. Thank you, N6. Thank you, Otumba. And I know that even though what's his name is not here, that he is part of all this. I know you guys work together to bring these spaces. It's very much needed. We need to have these conversations. Yes, they are difficult. They are hard. They are something that we want to shy away from. They're something that we don't want to talk about. But we have to talk about it. I think it's left for us, our generation, to talk about this. We are the ones how is it going to get better? See, ignoring it doesn't make it get better. And guess what? This is why I took the mic again, because you know what? Christians have ignored it because you think that this is what they say. You mock Muslims and say, oh, shame on you, you're fighting for your God. Why your God cannot fight? Please. They are not fighting for their God. They are fighting to get the little piece of Nigeria that they currently have. Did you hear somebody come to this place and say that they sacked a whole community from their ancestral land and they're occupying that land? Nobody's saying jack shit about it. Nobody's doing anything about it. They have occupied that land. It is theirs now. They are not fighting for God. They are fighting for themselves, whether they like it or not, whether we like it or not. If they have to fight to come and take Owo in Yoruba land and make it their land, they will fight. If it means killing everybody in Owo, in Mbise, where I come from, they will do it and they will occupy that land. And guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Guess freaking what? Nothing is going to happen. So stop mocking them. Stop thinking that, oh, you say, no, you're fighting for God. You're fighting for your God. Why can't your God fight for yourself? That's not, they know what they are doing. These people know what they are doing. They know what they are doing. They are doing it because, you know what? We, the so-called Christians, we are so docile. We are such cowards. We hide behind this faith. Yes, Miss Barrier, Miss Barrier, I am a Catholic. I said those prayers. I said those Nigeria in distress prayers against bribery and corruption. We pray, we're praying. While we're kneeling down praying, we get killed by the millions at this point. Because you know what, at least in Kaduna that I grew up in, the killings didn't just start. It didn't just, I think I was 2 or 3 years old when I witnessed the first killing. Or I didn't witness it, I was told. The ones that I remember from when I was maybe 10, and then I was 12, 15, it kept happening. It hasn't stopped. It has gotten to the point that Kaduna State, that was once everybody, anywhere you see land, buy, build house, you live there. Nobody cares whether you're Christian or Muslim. Kaduna now is divided, and it's still not enough. They are still encroaching. See, they are going into the villages now, and they still keep killing. They use religion to mask all this, but honestly, it is not about religion. And that is why we that claim to be Christians, the so-called Christian, have to put the religion aside first and say, you know what, can I freaking defend myself? Are we going to, how long will we sit down like sitting ducks waiting to be shot at? These people are emboldened and empowered and continue doing it. If you didn't, I think it was either Ibrahim that said it or the other guy that said it. It is our cowardice that makes them bolder and bolder and bolder. Our government will not do it for us. It doesn't matter which government was there. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan was a Christian that was there and it was going on. They will not, who has called it out? If you go to my Facebook page, I remember I was calling out Goodluck, saying, say something. When all these bombings will happen, say something. Say, I sympathize. I'm sorry, because I never heard his voice at the point. It was all through that. I wrote that thing up and down, and then we got to Buhari. I think it was when Buhari was elected, and I wrote a long post on my Facebook with my only 3 friends that I have, and I said, this is the way I draw the line against Nigeria. I'm done. I've washed my hands off. Not anything that concerns Nigeria. I'm done. I don't live there anymore. Most of my families don't live there. Let me mind my business where I am. I've ceased being a dual citizen. Because I've always been a dual citizen since I've been in the States. I gave up the Nigerian passport. I became a full-blown American. So to hell with it. But it didn't stop. It's not going to stop. It is not going to stop because the people that are our leaders, they are not even our leaders. All this elite, they profit from this one way or the other. The elite in the north profit from it because these people that are doing this agitation and killing will help them gain more grounds. They will gain more properties. They will gain more control. They will gain more. They do. They whether they like it or not, there is something they are gaining from it. Is something that's why they will not say anything. But how, if we don't speak up against it, I don't even say let us take up arms. If our leaders, these church leaders, will go in millions to these churches and they cannot even remember, oh, you know how many Christians are killed? I have my Christian friends that are from Adamawa State. They live in Aba right now. They ran for their dear lives. They got into a bus in the middle of the night. The whole village, they were leaving Adamawa, the only home they know. They have to leave that village or everybody will get burnt to the ground. I'm preaching to the choir at this point because you guys know this. These people are Christians. No Christian person, no Christian pastor, nobody is condemning, saying no, no, no. You know why? Because, oh, they don't come to the Redeem, or they don't go to Living Faith, or they don't go to this church, or they don't go to that. But they do. It's not until you get into your mouth that you will taste the blood. Sometimes when you watch even a chicken being slaughtered, when you see that blood, I know to most of us, it touches our heart. Talk more when you see humans. For how long are we going to continue being indifferent to this? That's what I pick up the mic to say. You say, wow, how long? This indifference has to stop. This thing that you keep thinking it is because of religion. My own thing is I have come to know that it is not religion. It is for profit, and there is profit in it. If I die, they will profit off my death because they will take over anything that belongs to me. It's different that, okay, you come into a village like they did in Kaduna State, Southern Kaduna State, Christmas time, and killed everybody. You see, people will cry, and then you think you forgot. They will come back over and over until there's nobody else that is left. Then they will come back and occupy. And they keep occupying and they keep occupying. See, when they come back over and over, maybe they missed me this time. Will they miss me tomorrow? Will they miss me the next time? If there is something that is a line that we can draw, if you face these people, because they think we are cowards, and I'm telling you, a true Muslims, why they keep quiet, real good Muslims, why they just shut up is because they say, you people that they keep killing, you people don't even say anything. Why do you expect us to come say something on your behalf? You all should start it, and then we can back you up. That is what they say. I have Muslim friends. When I try to challenge them, I say, this is what you people are doing. They tell me, what have you done? What have your pastor done, your preacher, your priest? What have they done? You start. They see us as cowards because we have taken it over and over and over again, and they think that we can continue taking it, and that's why it will continue happening. But I'm praying, my prayer, because it's my only last hope, like everybody else, is Peter Obi. Why you people even hear my voice ever, because I'm really not the person to be this kind of person. Why is because of Peter Obi. Yes, because number one, yes, he is an Igbo man, of course. Well, yeah, yes, he is an Igbo man. I know that somehow it has to take an Igbo man to make Nigeria better. But do we all want it bad enough? Have we gotten to the crew of the matter? Have we gotten to our breaking point as a people? Have we taken enough from these people that profit off of our death? No, in your community. I'm not talking about the so-called Boko Haram or not. I'm talking about in your community. That's your local government chairman. What has he even done? They are all profiting from us, one way or the other. So even though there is no magic wand, yes, we all agree there's no magic wand, and Peter Obi is not going to come and just snap a finger and Nigeria will just immediately be what it's supposed to be. I think it is the stepping point that we need. The most important thing is to let him take that first step, and then he will begin climbing wherever he gets to. Wherever he gets to in his presidency, he hands over. Maybe this time, his leadership will open all our eyes so that we can taste a little bit of what it is to have a stable, well-run country. And so we will hold other people that will come after him to that standard and to that standard. That's all it takes. Once you begin to hold everybody to that certain standard, then you will see that it will start getting better. Maybe by this time in 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, doesn't matter. We will not be having conversation. Oh, it's a Muslim, it's a Christian. We probably will not be having that conversation because we now have a yardstick to measure whoever, whatever religion or not, whatever tribe This thing that they say the minorities tribes, nobody's talking about it. Maybe there's a time that somebody like this, what is his name, that is running for a senatorial seat in Kogi State. I always see him on spaces. Maybe there's in the future he can come back and be a president, and nobody will be thinking about, who knows him? He's from Kogi State. What is Kogi? No, because we already know that he measures up to that yardstick that we're using to hold everybody accountable. That is what we need. That is why we need P2B. Let's start from him, and hopefully let us also gain voice. Let us call our pastors, our leaders, Christian leaders. They should speak up. Speak up. You, when you're in church and you see these things happening, and you're not hearing it being said that your brothers are being massacred for no reason other than their faith. You speak up. You send a letter even to your religious leader and say, I was in church and I was expecting, because this happened yesterday, that we'll talk about it. Do something. If they know that we're doing something, if they know that we're not taking it anymore, I'm telling you, the tide will change. But because we keep taking it, see, there is no reason to stop. Because we keep taking it, we keep letting it happen. It happens, and we cry over it. We that probably on social media, we see it, we'll talk about it a little bit. Maximum 2 weeks, that's it. We move on. Those lives are gone. Nobody held accountable. Nobody, everybody, they just get away with it, so to speak. Let P2B be the line in the sand that we will draw. It will be the line for us all. Let him come first. God will help us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Thank you so much. Let me take a new cue. I know we'll start with I know Untonga's been here. Untong, we'll go to Jimmy, Grandmaster, then I'll pick a lady.
For quite some
P.
time.
Grandmaster was here before me.
Sorry. Okay, let's go Untong, Grandmaster, Jimmy. Sorry, Untong, Grandmaster, Jimmy. I'll pick Dr. Ifeanyi. I'll go to Eze, Nnamdi, then Miss Favor, then Abba. Go ahead. Untong, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you.
Hand wave, everyone, please. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Otumba, for the opportunity. Professor Saddam, I greet you. I greet you all. Happy New Year to all of us. May we have a prosperous one, and may all our expectations never be cut short. This topic is actually an emotional one for most of us that are minority in the north, that are Christian minority in the north. Is very, very a burning and a pain topic to discuss. I wanted not to, but I felt I just need to hear my own heart out as well, because it has come to that point that this topic, this very, very Muslim religion and Christian manipulations must be discussed, and we must draw a line. If really this is the problem, this is a monster in this country, then there must be a line. Thank God my brother Patrick have brought us to some legal implication of it, that we are not talking about it. And these are constitutions that has been carved out that we're supposed to live by. But look at where we are today. As a young man, after I left school, I went to do my NYC in a government agency in Lagos called NIMASA. And most of the government agency you entered in this country are controlled by Northerners. From the director to the PAMSEC, executive directors, all of them are controlled by the Northerners. Of course, after my service, I should have that opportunity. But guess what? We pushed for me to get employed into NIMASA, I could not, because I don't have anybody to stand for me. I don't have any big man. As a matter of fact, my name is not Adamu. My name is not Mohammed. My name is not Awal. For that singular reason, I could not be employed. Not because I'm not qualified, because I went to ABU. I struggle because for you to gain admission in ABU, Ms. Barrier have said a lot about it, but anybody knows, because for you to gain admission, you must merit it 100%. If your name is not either Adamu, or if your name is not either Audu or Abubakar, when they see something like Ntong, Victor Sunday, that is a turn off. That is a no-no, 100%. You see the courses that will be giving some of our people, especially those of us that comes from the Southern Kaduna. You'll be giving courses like physiology and anatomy, physics, all those single honor courses. But the MBBS courses, the pharmacies, economics, and others, you cannot get those. I don't know, but because I also do not only gain through, because I did HMB. So by that combination with even the JAM that year, I was able to gain admission, and I was able to gain admission into economics department. In fact, for me to get that it was a luck. Despite my qualification, my performance, I merited it. Like most of us in Southern Kaduna, I am not boasting, because we must talk about this. It ignites some anger in me, because I have to reflect back. Sorry, I may took a little, but I need to clear this. Even in the school, before we left, we have two internal crisis. Guess what? Just student election, student union, there was a religion side of it, because the person that won is a Christian, the SUG president. Do you know that instead of the management to allow that guy to become the SUG president, he has the election has to be cancelled, and there was an internal rank. In fact, that crisis has led to almost closure of the school for almost about a month before we now recover. I remember leaving that guy in school because they have to rusticate him and gave him extra 1 year, because that he was the one that caused the fight. There was a VC vacancy that came up even after we left, because the man is not a Christian. He's not a Muslim, because he's from Southern Kaduna. How dare him? And this same man is a visiting professor to so many universities, Harvard and UX. Professor Andrew Nock, you can verify who he was. These are the issues. In Southern Kaduna, we are the intelligence, we are the brain of the Kaduna state. El-Rufai knows it. Enter our university, you see our people are the one moving the academic department and the faculties forward, but they will never allow us to hold any management position in Kaduna State. He knows it. Somebody, I was in the space, somebody was asking why, even with our population in Southern Kaduna, but yet El-Rufai still won a Muslim ticket. I told him, El-Rufai came and rigged the election because we in the Southern Kaduna, we didn't have a candidate that was filled in the Southern Kaduna part as a governor running for governor. So all the governor came from the northern part of Kaduna. But even at that, because Southern Kaduna always vote in blocks, we still gave them 800,000 votes. El-Rufai, even with his incumbency power and the rigging that he does, he only gained with a fraction of 200. That's about 1 million votes. 2019. Check it out. This selection is going to be determined by beavers. No more rigging. We will know the true voters. We will know who is who in this country. We will know the population of who is who. It has come to that extent. We must decide. I can't be treated like a second-hand citizen. I can't be killed in my own house. I thank God for my brother Zare. We met. He came down from Abuja. He met me. We went to Kafanchan to bought the item that you guys helped us with the donation, and we were able to do a lot. And you could see, oh my God, look, the only hope I have now is Obi becoming this president so that there could be some reparation. I don't know. That is just my hope and confidence. There is nothing more else in this country left, because if this never happens, that is the beginning of the breakaway. Because Middleburg gonna go, we are going. I am not a northerner. Middleburg is totally will go. Then the north will go. Of course, the east are going, and the west. If Obi is the only hope I see. We must discuss about these things. There is an Islamic agenda. People are not looking at it. There is in this country. There are sects that want to Islamize you. I'm telling you guys. The majority are not also in cahoots with them, but of course they are better, and it's a lot of funds located in dollar. How can you match those type of people? The AK-47, you can see the gun bullet, the bullet that they were using. How much? Just a bullet. They said it was almost a 350 or so. Just a bullet. And this guy comes with rounds of those bullets. So many ammunition. They kill us. And another angle of it that is so painful is that they degrade, or they suppress us to an extent that our economic power, when they bond, because they kidnap us, then and again they destroy every of our properties. So at the end of the day, you find out that even the little ones, some of us that are outside, because you are choked, because you have to extend help here and there. We live in cycling community. You pay ransom it's a normal thing, paying ransom. Because if they did not kill you, they can reduce your economic power as well. These are strategic. It's strategic. So when you don't have money to be able to do certain things, what will you do? You are at the mercy of God. That is where a lot of minority tribes like myself in Southern Kaduna found ourselves in the equation of the country today. No matter how you qualify, nobody looks at it, nobody talks about it. All the agencies have been captured. Is it Oma or I used to say state capture by the Muslim guys? They don't know anything, but they occupy the director seats. Nothing, I can tell you. They don't know anything. I know a lot of people that I will write a lot of things for, but they control the resources. This is emotional for me, this topic. And they are fielding it. A template has been drawn already in Kaduna State. It's a boiling point of this country. Ask yourself, why is it that there are records of religion crisis in Kaduna State? Everything that comes out from Kaduna is always bad news. Religion crisis all the time. Because it's the gate path to the north. And it needs to be fixed. But this time around, the Messiah, I believe, is coming. There is an invisible hand that is also fighting. But we must agree in unison to this evil. And that is the only way we can stop this evil from happening. We must agree, and we must stamp our feet. If they are killing us, let them kill everybody. A lot of people have been warning me us not to talk. I don't know. I'm not better than a lot of our people that have Bobadia Malafia. We celebrated his a remembrance just few months ago, 1 year. They killed him. A lot of my people in Saranka that are the voice, the only voice that is left now is Bishop Asamatu Kuka. That is the only voice from Southern Kaduna that also resonates for the whole country. And he is a target. It's only God that keeps that man. I don't know how he does it, but it's only God. During Deborah killing, they went to his cathedral. They were looking for him, not for the quick intervention. And up to now, there is bounty on his head, I can tell you guys. They want to eliminate him. That is how it's working in the north. And let me tell you, God, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Tom, please, can I just wrap up in 10
Thank
seconds,
you.
please?
Thank you. Let me just hear. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. I'll come back to you later. Grandmaster, go ahead.
All right, thank you so much. Saddam, my brother, I greet you.
My brother, just Grandmaster, no vex. I mean, just
All
again,
good,
let
all
me
good,
speak
all good.
the space, honestly, the space has been under attack for a very long time. I've just been trying to coordinate stuff from the back end. So, but if it crashes as normal, we'll always come back. I just wanted to put this out there. They have been attacking the space. You know, this country, I keep saying it, we're ruled by criminals that whenever you're about to discuss things that's going to shake the table where they sit on, and have kept us in perennial poverty and backwardness as a nation, they always get agitated. So they have been attacking the space. I'm just saying this in case the space crashes, guys will come back immediately. If they crash it a million times, we'll be back here 1,000,001 times. We must discuss about issues that pertain to the growth of this nation as one. We should not be going into something that we're looking at. And I'm saying this because please don't feel we're not dividing anybody here. I am happy we started this space with our Muslim brothers coming up here to stand and say they are totally against this ticket. It is not a ticket that is in good faith for the people, both for the Christians and for the Muslims. We are talking about a country whereby we can move above discussing about religion and ethnicity. But right now, this is where these people are taking this campaign to, and we have to speak up. If we don't speak up right now, they're doing a whole lot of damage jobs in the grassroots. They're doing a whole lot of lies, peddling these lies. And if we just pretend like, no, don't discuss about it, it is not something that should be discussed, you are deceiving yourselves. So it's better we speak up and own the narrative right now and let them know that we know what you guys are playing right now. We will not stand for a Muslim ticket. It is not fair. It is not just, and not just a Muslim ticket. We will not stand for a useless and incompetent, a candidate that cannot, on a very normal day, even if it's in the shrine, he should not be on the ticket. He is incoherent. He is next to nothing. There is nothing to write home about this ticket. The ticket is filled up with nonsense. So if we are speaking about this, also, you guys understand where we are coming from right now. We are at the crunch time of this campaign, and these guys have seen that across all polls, they're losing it. So what do they want to do? Go back to what they're good at, dividing us across religious and ethnic lines. And our job here is always keep you guys one step ahead, knowing that this is what they're going to be playing going forward. Please, and please, do not be scared of making these discussions. These are important discussions. Hold your church leaders accountable. Hold your clerics accountable. Our Muslim brothers here. If you're in the mosque, your cleric comes and tell you, no, it must ask him questions. For the past 8 years, we have had Buhari, our Muslim brother. How has it benefited the North? And for you Christians that you go to church tomorrow and your pastor is going to tell you one thing, ask him, sir. You have not spoken up for our southern Kaduna brothers that died, that have been killed. You're not speaking out for the minority Christians that are suffering. You're keeping quiet. You can see right now a ticket that you know in anything, whatever APC is bringing to this ticket is that they are promising you a 24-year straight rule of a one-faith system in a secular country like Nigeria. You should be freaking scared. If it's from people that have good intention, you can even say, okay. But APC has shown no sign of good intentions for this country. You leave us with 77 trillion worth of debt. You pay for you and yourselves over 60-something billion worth of pension. And you now say, let us add up to them. Give them a Muslim ticket. Let us go and fuck ourselves. Nigerians will have to make these discussions. Please and please. It is important. We're not dividing our people. We have to let everybody know. I say it all the time. If you're a sensible Muslim, you're a good Muslim, you will not stand for a one-faith ticket in a secular country like Nigeria. If you're a sensible Christian, if you're a good Christian, you will not stand for a one-faith ticket. It's just like me coming out now and be defending a Christian ticket. How? Which voice that one is and speak? Grandmaster, back to you, my brother. Good evening.
Yeah, thank you so much, Prof. Sirdam, my brother. I greet you. Otumba, I see you, man. My brother Jimmy, what's good? Everyone in the house, I greet you guys, wherever you are spacing from. You see, someone said that the reason why the man Tinubu picked Shetima was just was strategic. He was trying to be strategic, that he is looking for votes. In one of the videos we saw, a religious leader in Kwara State was telling the imams that they have the population, they should make use of it this time around. They have more kids, so they should make use of it. The reason why I say this is that it's obvious that to them, it is just a numbers game. They have looked on the board and they have decided that the only possible way for them to get reasonable votes is by pandering to the North, especially the Muslim North. Now, please, I have said this before, but please just allow me to reiterate this on the space. You see, the United States is seen as the greatest democracy in the world. It is arguable, but I am yet to see another democracy that is, more structured than that democracy. And if you look at the type of democracy we practice, or I'll say the system of government we practice, it is partially modeled, towards the American democracy. Now, in the US democracy, just as it is in every world, a lot of people live in the coastal regions. The coastal regions or the coastal states, I would say. So you're talking about states like Oregon, California, the Washington state. If you go towards the eastern part of US, you're speaking about places like New York, Virginia. You're talking about Rhode Island, Maine. Okay? But between those states, there are what you call the Midwestern states in the US. Those states are completely, or to the most part, occupied by farmers. Okay? And blue-collar workers simply means people who are not your college-educated types. Now, when you look at the election of the United States in 2016, Hillary Clinton won that election by popular votes, but she lost that election based on the Electoral College. Now, what is the Electoral College? The Electoral College divides the United States, a total number of votes in the US called electoral votes, based on population across all states in the US. But at the same time, every single vote has an equal weight. Even though some states might have some more numbers because of their population. So maybe, for instance, California will have 54 electoral votes, while a state like Wyoming might have 3, Utah might have 6, and New York might have 21, and so on and so forth. But each single electoral vote has a value, and they have equal value. So now for you to win the election in the US, you need representation across the United States. That is why Hillary lost. Hillary lost because she got the major votes from the coastal states, which is typically, dominated by the Democrats and also the educated elites. She won California, New York, and all those states, but she lost in the interior of the US. Do you know why that setup is like that? It is called representation. Now, when you look at the definition of democracy, if it tells you that it is a government by the people, for the people, okay? And I think the government by the people, for the people, and of the people, something like that. But then I want you to, the emphasis to underline the word people. That is the way I'm trying to emphasize here. That word said by the people. It didn't say by some people. It didn't say by a section. It said by the people. So basically, US is a representative government, which means that the man, the blue-collar worker in Wyoming, okay, the farmer in Utah, his votes is equally as powerful as that of the rich coastal elite in New York living in a penthouse somewhere in Manhattan. It's also as equally as powerful as that rich elite in Silicon Valley who dresses up every day and rides his Tesla to work. That is what they call representative governments. They are not foolish. That democracy was perfected over hundreds of years and is still in perfection. They are still perfecting it. So when a state like US comes to tell you that you need to go and appeal to the people in the hinterlands, in the Midwest, and speak to them because those people can decide your fate as a candidate, you understand why they say that. Because they don't want just a group of people to decide who rules that country. Because if it were up to them, California and New York would decide every single time who rules the United States. That is what you call representative government. And that is the definition of democracy. Democracy does not mean the rule of the majority. It is a representative government whereby every single individual is carried along. Now, let me juxtapose that onto the Nigerian situation. Nigeria is a multi-ethnic, multi-religious country. Nigeria has been like that for a reason. And if you look at our founding fathers, they have maintained this unwritten rule that at any single time we have the democratic dispensation, there has to be balance in the ticket. I'm very happy that the brother who is a lawyer came up on here and then emphasized on the constitution of the PDP and APC, which explicitly said the same thing. It was not a fluke. It's not a mistake. They knew what they were doing. In a multi-ethnic nation, it is very delicate. It is not easy to manage a multi-ethnic nation because when you let just the majority decide, what happens to the minority? What happens to the minority ethnic groups? What happens to the minority religions? What happens to those whose voices are voiceless? There's the reason why we maintain that unwritten rule. Over the years, government after government kept coming. Even the military, to some extent, maintained that unwritten rule until the APC came into government. That rule has always been there. I am extremely disappointed because if I knew that the person that would flout this unwritten rule was going to come from the Southwest, going to be a Southwest Muslim, I would have never believed it. If you told me that, I would have never believed it. I would have thought it would be a Northern Muslim or a fundamentalist that will come and flout that. But a Buhari, even as we like to call him a fundamentalist, recognized that unwritten rule and said, I was not going to go for that. Buhari, all the time he ran as a candidate in this country, ensured that he picked someone from a different ethnicity and also someone of a different religion. And today, a man in his infinite arrogance came up and told Nigerians that I'm going to field a Muslim ticket for the first time. Not just really the first time per se, because if you ask me, I will tell you that when Abiola came and won the election, I can tell you that there are some rumors that say one of the reasons why that election was annulled was because IBB felt that that ticket was not balanced. It was not representative enough. Nigeria is multi-ethnic, it's multi-religious. There's a reason why you carry every single person along. It's not because of the numbers you have. You do it because you want people to feel among. You are about to flout that rule. You see, Nigerians, I will say this, I said it before and I'll repeat it. That one of the greatest things that amazes me, about the Nigerian electorate, I see you, I'll round up very soon, is the ability of the people to suspend reason, intelligent, educated people to act dumb whenever something goes in their favor. The ability of educated Nigerians to act dumb and act like they don't see the aberration that is about to happen. A nation of multi-ethnic groups, a nation of multi-religion. You are fielding Muslim ticket after the Muslim president. But let me put to you guys, these are my last words. In the words of John F. Kennedy, I modify that word a little bit. Those who have decided to make peaceful resolution impossible will, at the end of the day, make violent revolution inevitable. For those who are supporting the Muslim ticket, ask yourself the question, do you know what path you are leading Nigeria to? Ensure you know what you are doing, because tomorrow is unpredictable. Thank you so much, Professor Saddam.
Thank you, Grandmaster. Thank you for breaking down the electoral college for us. Thank you. I think now it's Jimmy, then Dr. Ife, Then Animba, if you go, Jimmy, go ahead, brother.
Okay. Thank you guys, Professor Saddam, Otumba, all protocols, Delio Z. Right. I'm not here to preach to anybody. I just want to explain one or two things and open people's eyes to some things that are probably clear. This ongoing in Nigeria is not a new thing, and I'll just give you some figures and dates. Boko Haram, right? On the 7th March 2015, they pledged their allegiance to ISIS. On the 7th of March 2015. On the 12th of March 2015, ISIS responded to them. I'll post the pictures on my timeline later on. Sorry, videos actually. When the Boko Haram guys did theirs, they did short clip video. They sent it out on the 7th. On the 12th, the ISIS too, they did their own. They replied, accepting them as a caliphate into their war crime, religious war crime. They accepted them and they congratulated them that they will be coming into West Africa. Since then, into West Africa. I stumbled upon some documents by the State Department of USA. There's a report they normally write every year. It's called